Hello! Hope everybody's having a good time zone so far today. I'm already hydrating or titrating. Hi everybody! Happy time zone Sosius and Nikki and Rosalind39 and Breeze and Mel S and Autistic Froplio, hello! And Crafting Chaos with Cat. Jumbled Knots, we got Blue Bear. Oh no, Blue Bear's saying hello to Mr. Bones, so that one's not for me. Hi Grim Squirrel, hello, 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 hello. I hope you're all ready for a big one today. Yeah. I hope you're all ready for a big one today. So the Pokédex I have on the screen at the moment is the old version of the Pokédex, and admittedly it's an old version of the Pokédex. Because I don't have a more recent version of the old Pokédex for some reason. But I have finally updated it with Rapidash and Geodude and Growlithe, who we all made we made 2 of them last week anyway. So this is what our Pokédex currently looks like. Are you ready? There we go. All updated. We are getting so close now. We've made 102 of them, which is just crazy. Leaving us with just 49 to go, and I'm hoping to get through 2 of them today. Really hoping to just knock these two of these ones out. So there we go. We are very close to starting to get like some finished columns and rows, and I think that's going to be a theme. Not today, but like moving forward, I'll start having some like let's finish this type themes where we'll be picking rows and columns. The top and bottom are now connected. They are indeed, because at the bottom of the screen there what you're seeing is Gen 2. I didn't want to leave Mew out. So we're seeing past some of Gen 2. Anyway, let's show off the finished Pokemon, shall we? Let's turn that Pokédex off. Hope you enjoyed that. I'll just flick between them again. There we go. Old version. New version. It's very satisfying. I really like it. Okay, our very good boy can... Hang on, here we go. Keep us company on the screen for a second here. Now, first up, I'm going to show you Rapidash. Rapidash's name is Charcolt. And honestly, guys... This is not my best work, but it is what it is. So, there she is. He is, I guess. I can think of a dozen things I wouldn't mind changing. But, that is the finished Rapidash, who was our 100th Gen 1 Pokemon. And I think it was our 167th overall. So, that's Charcolt. And then next up we made Indiana Stones. So... I ended up making him some separate eyebrows, but in general, really, really pleased with how Indiana Stones turned out. And he still has that weight in him. So he's just like super stable, unlike the pony, ironically enough. So, oh, you can see little Bernard in the background, can you? Nope, Bernard's over here. Bernard's not in shot. Bernard might have been on screen briefly. And the final one is Bernard, Bernard, the Growlithe, who has a somewhat seedy expression on his face. But I got all the stripes in there. I did forget to brush the fluff, but I think just the chest fluff even kind of works. He's got his 2 little front claws. I think a little folded over Pekingese tail. You like the foot flames on Charcolt? Oh, thank you. They are separate little scrap pieces that got sewn on individually. So yeah, we now have a puppy. They're looking at each other. There we go. This colour, orange, this yellowy orange colour, it's the Holy Grail. It doesn't exist. Those are 2 unrelated sentences. I'm not trying to start problems with theology. So... let's line up my little peanut gallery behind me here. There we go. Those are the 3 we made last week. And we need to pick who we're going to make this week. So this week's theme isn't quite as punny as previous week's themes. Let me just load up the screen here, make sure that Yep, cool. There it is. There it be. So today's theme is just like the Pokemon I've been avoiding. That's all. There's not really a punchline to any of them. It's just they're the Pokemon I've been avoiding. That. Okay. So let's get a poll started here. And you all can pick. Now, for anybody new here, I don't think there's anybody new here, but just in case there's anybody new here at any point, the colours of the doors are taken directly from the pictures of the Pokemon behind said door. These are not colours I have made up. These are literally using the eyedropper tool. Sometimes it's quite surprising who they actually are. Theme. Oh no, it's you. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So that should have the poll there. Why are you set back to top chat? I set you to live chat every single time. Oh, what a surprise. Purple is winning. I'm sure none of us will regret that choice. I'm sure that we're all really happy with that choice. Oh, I've got some guesses coming in already. Working on some little echidnas. Oh, that sounds really cute. Bug, bug, bug. I also just kind of wanted to say your name. Purple menaces unite. Okay, yep, there are two warring factions in the chat. At least sometimes they manifest. And that is the Boring Colour Brigade, who always says they're going to go for beiges and browns and greys, but I'm not really seeing the results there, guys. And then we have the Purple Menace, who, if there is purple on the screen, will always vote for purple. Now, what's really fun about this is that there are people who are members of both the Purple Menace and the Boring Colour Brigade. It's just they'll vote for purple first and then a boring colour, which brings an interesting element of unpredictable chaos to this, because it means that I can't manipulate you guys properly. Just everybody is guessing. Zapdos is definitely avoidance worthy. I agree with that, Knifey. Number 4 is Hitmonlee, potentially. Dang, that's too nice of a purple. BCB doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, sorry, Noted Tier Master. That is correct. I was genuinely surprised at the colour purple that, you know, I dropped. I dropped it? I dropped it. You're making a large dragon with the theme of Boring Colour Brigade and Purple Menace. You can't wait to see how it turns out. That sounds like fun. 3 might be Arbok. Maybe. You want to see Hitmonlee's funny legs, so you went with number 4. I feel called out about my voting patterns there. Sorry, Rosalind. To be fair, I didn't imply that it was a bad thing. If anything, I said it was chaotic, and chaos is good. We like a little bit of chaos here. You think it's muck? We've already made muck. We've already run a muck. Ah. Muck's in the background balancing on a little ball of pink yarn because it tickles me. To manipulate us, only give us colours that aren't purple or Boring Colour Brigade colours. Stephanie, that actually could happen. We are running out of purples. We are not running out of boring colours though, because y'all never pick them. Yeah, I'm moving my chair over. Sorry, I'm gonna get a little bouncy. We're in the Everybody Frogs. Everybody Frogs. Alrighty. So I'm thinking that we've probably gotten as many votes as we're gonna get here. Oh no, we're still dropping by percentages. Votes are still coming in actively, so I guess I'm just gonna have to talk a little bit more. How are all your weeks going? You think number 3 might be Rattata? You're currently making a giant Gyarados? Oh. Yeah, that's true. Gyarados is definitely one I've been avoiding. Can't do one that's all purple shades anymore. I don't think we have enough left. What's the theme? You just joined? Sophia, we've just started. The theme is... Well, I was going with Pokemon I've been avoiding, but Mr. Bones has since dubbed it a much better theme, which is when you open up the door, it's like, oh, it's you. And you want to close the door again. So that's the theme. PMs, Purple Menace, I get it. BCB versus PM. Tiring, big move, and never enough sleep during those times. Yeah, that's true. And all the stress can impact the quality of the sleep as well. So even if you're getting technically enough, it's just not enough. Still have Muck's trench coat? No, I'm afraid it did get destroyed in the... I had to extract Geodude from it. It was a sad day for us all. Like, that actually really bothered me. But his arms were pinned on through it. It caused problems. You couldn't see that. I was showing the top-down camera, but I forgot that I had something else on the screen. I'm so sorry. Waiting for your thumb to heal from a dog bite? Oh, that sounds awful. One of these days, she's going to find a Pokemon that's all purple except for an eye or fur patch or something that's a boring colour, and she's going to pick the patched eye drop for the door. I've done that. I've totally done that to you guys before. Not necessarily with purple, but with other colours. Because, like, yeah, I've absolutely done that. Meanwhile, you, ooh, pretty red. Your week was a bit chaos. New position at work, sick family members, nothing serious, just flu and strep throat. Oh, keep that away from me. Not interested in that. I'm sorry, I hope everybody feels better soon. Okay, I think the votes might have settled down. They have. I think we have our answer. Let us end the poll. So the results are, in 4th place, we had number 4 at 19%. In 3rd place, we had number 1, also at 19%. In 2nd place, we had door number 2 at 25%, and the one you have picked for us to make first today is door number 3, which is 35%. Okay, so let's reveal the fate you have all chosen for yourselves. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't even manipulate the purple. I was just, that's a weird pencil. Why am I erasing with that pencil? That's a better one. Yeah, I didn't even manipulate the color purple here. Like, it was just not an eraser. It was just genuinely this color, and it's such a pretty color. So here we go. You open up the door, and the thing you see behind it has that very well-known Karen haircut. And I think she's mad about your lawn ornaments or something and definitely wants to speak to your manager. It's Jynx. You all picked Jynx. That purple is the color of her face. So I never saw this one coming, but she's very bright purple. Forgive me, Autistic Evie, were you briefly Autistic Fropleo for a while there? I'm just trying to keep track of who's who. Okay, so let's minimize that. There we go, on the screen. I've changed my light source today, which is getting a relatively, like, it's an okay flesh tone. These are looking a little muted, but at least they're color-ish, like accurate-wise. Wow, that was great sentencing. Good job, me. Let's put a little Jynx sprite on the screen, and we are going to do everything in our power to not megapod this one. She's gonna be little. She's gonna be done real quick. It's gonna be done, and we have to name her Karen, right? That's my suggestion. Y'all can name her whatever you like. Obviously, Mr. Bones will keep track of the name suggestions. But there's that. You're not gonna let me move her on the screen, are you? You're being a butt. Lock all that down, and then I should be able to just pick up sprite. There we go. Okay, cool. We're gonna make an itty bitty little Jynx. I just need a red first. Sorry guys, I'm crawling through my box of yarn. Don't know how much of that is or isn't on screen. The right red isn't in there. Everyone's chanting Karen. If you make her a little nugget, she'll end up cute. Well, Humpty turned out kind of cute, and he wasn't a very small nugget. It's just, wee. Yeah, I need to go get a better red. Hold on. I'm still here. Just trying to keep my chair from escaping. Still here, still here. I think this is the red. It looks bad on that camera. I'll show you guys on the other camera in a second. And then we need some brighter yellow for her traditional operatic attire. Seat. And seated. Yeah, now the theme is making sense. Sorry, guys. I hope that we can still enjoy this together. I hope that we can still enjoy this together as we get through a couple that we're just not super excited about because we had to do them eventually, and it's better to get them done now so that like the final like 10 or 20 are all really fun ones, you know? That's what that color red looks like. It's slightly oranger in person, slightly pinker on camera, but it's the right red. You'll just have to take my word for it. So we've got hands and head, hair. We've got dress and dress. I've got some white in the bucket as well, and I think that's what we need. Okay, cool. So I'll just bump those out over there, and we'll do a quick little sketch just to break down her shapes a little bit. Would it make more sense to make the arms the same as Humpty's? Yes. Yes, it would. Okay, that's weird. Are all three of them blocked? They are. There goes that idea. My pencil sharpener's all stuffed up. It's got a blocked nose. I'll clean that out later. I don't want to deal with it now. Alright, let's just do a quick little sketch with my very blunt pencil. So she's got like a round little face. A permanently surprised expression that we might turn into something a little bit more neutral. Take her away from like sleep paralysis demon. Oh no, no, I've just nailed sleep paralysis demon right from the get-go there. I wish I could zoom this in without destroying everything, but there's already a lot happening. Oh, this is going to be so bad. I hate people, mon. Okay, there's that. In other news, you know that the Pokemon Center is apparently releasing a life-sized Gardevoir doll? We're all kind of flinching over that one there. There we go. Her dress has this decided structure down the middle. I don't know who thought about that, but it is what it is. Her elbows are kind of odd. Like, this is just a terrible drawing. This is just bad. I don't want to be drawing this. I'll just ink it, really. Oh no. The purple door still hasn't been Spyro. Yeah, I didn't invite Spyro. Did one of you guys remember? I'm sorry, the expression on her face is just absolutely unhinged. Oh, there we go. And she's got lots of bright yellow hair. I can draw shapes right up until they look vaguely like a human, and then I can't get them to look right. It's the weirdest sort of like mental block. Because I understand that we're all just made up of shapes. But this is also just very clearly a doll. I've given her one layer of dress there. I do think she has some additional layers in the mix, but thanks, I hate it. I hate it. Let's just get through this. We'll get through this together. We will, right? You guys aren't gonna leave now that you know we're making Jynx, right? You're gonna stay, you're gonna keep me company for a couple hours, and then it'll be over. And we'll be happy and we'll be done. So her head is just a purple ball. I'll use safety eyes so that she matches Humpty, because I'll try and use the same hands. You're correct about that. In fact, I could even look up Humpty's pattern. So we'll do that. The mouth will just stitch on. The hair I kind of want to make as a flat piece. Though getting that magnificent 90s swoosh bang is it's a bit of a thing, isn't it? Her arms will be like, maybe I will just look up the pattern for Humpty's arms. I've got Humpty here, I'll just copy from him. At that, I know that she has like, I don't know if her elbows are actually extra lumpy or if they're just bent in that picture. You'll be here. Thank you, Rain. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Makona Barb. I appreciate it. At least she doesn't have any feet. Yay? Yeah, true. So we've got arm. We got head. I'm actually thinking that this head should be made as the head and most of the body, and then we'll make her like chest piece and stitch it on over the top. Like that. And then this needs to be the dress, which is the same width as the head, basically. the hair will cover up so many issues here. So that's kind of a good thing. And then we might make the long piece and stitch it on over the top as well. The pendulum. I'm calling it a pendulum. So many, yeah, just getting through it. We're just getting through it. So yeah, make the head and body like a little penguin. And then we'll stitch on the details over the top. And the hair, I think I should be able to do is just like a big flat piece, and then just like, you know what I mean? Just like, or I might do it as like a couple of flat pieces to like really sculpt the front, and then have like a one big piece that just covers the back. Oh, does the dress have pockets? Okay. There you go. We can have pockets on the dress. So I'm going to start at the top of the head, and we are going to work Dune. We're going to start in our purple. I'm just going to quickly scribble out the instructions for the basic ball that is her head, because it is most of the ball before we change to the red. So how far around is your head, Humpty? So let's have a look. See here. Where's a nice clear row I can see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so his head is 24 around, so I think we can arguably get away with making hers 18 around, and then the hair will add some width. And then in terms of rows, here's 1, 2, 3. The legs add so much height to him, where to make her a reasonable size, I would have to like make her this height. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you guys. There we go. So we'd have to make her this height, whereas like, I think she's going to just be this little thing that can sit next to him, and he can hug her. It's going to be nice. They're the wholesome couple. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that gets us to 18. Which feels pretty small. Dang it. We're going up to 24, but I'm not happy about it, alright? Alright, I got this. Thank you. Thank you, Rainstorm. We're going to do our best. That's all we can really do. Where's my hook? There's my hook. Let's do this. Oh, Miss Muffet's a cute name. Humpty and Miss Muffet. I like that. Good job, guys. You're helping. This is just like when we were making Mr. Mime. I just need your emotional support through this. Her sprite looks like she just watched every plan she had go up in flames right before her eyes. Isn't that just life, though? Oh, do I have a tiny spider sitting around anywhere? I do not. Oh, sorry, I just have this very vivid mental image of Mr. Mime dressed up as like a really like hokey spider, like in a spider onesie with like the drawing time. This is him in a little spider onesie. Right, and it's got like big googly eyes on top. Forgive me, there's a lot of limbs going on right now. And it's got like those strings that make all the legs wiggle. Oh, no, those can be his feet. Yeah. And then it's got like the spider butt behind it. I drew it from a bad angle. And then Jynx is like, oh no! Ah! Ah! I don't know. Sigil sealed, you arrived at an interesting time. An interesting time for us all. Spinnerack is a spider, but Spinnerack is in the bag. I've lifted up the bag a couple of times now on stream. It's a very large, heavy bag that has most of my Pokemon in it, with a few notable exceptions. Okay, there we go. There we are. We're basically done already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I should get a bobby pin, and I have. There it is. All right. Let's hydrate and dihydrate together. Okay. Yeah. Hydrate or dihydrate. Happy time zone, smallest petal. I almost forgot I was streaming. No, that's not true. That's not a fun joke. I remember you guys. I look forward to this all week. Whew. The Mr. Mime in a spider onesie drawing is cute. Thank you. I do my best. Come on, hands. You know how to crochet. We do. We do it all the time. Hello?
Hello. Could I have a pair of...
Don't lose them, though. Those are precious. What's wrong?
Do you have... Go.
No. What was the question? You can't just leave me hanging like that.
You're a pretty lady.
That wasn't a question.
Do you love me?
Yes, but what were you looking for? I don't like this lack of resolution. It reminds you of the painting the scream. Yeah, I'll admit that at a certain point it turned into that, and so I sort of went with it. You went to a fancy dress party as a child dressed up as a spider and looked very similar to that. All the girls ran away from you and you spent half the party crying. Oh, I'm sorry, Marvelous Moolicious. That's awful. There we go. Your solidarity whip for today is a baby blanket for your sister expecting rather soon. Well, congratulations to your sister, Casey Bear. First few granny squares were fun. Needs to be a blanket, not a handkerchief, yeah. Alright, so we are 18 around, and this is where I was going to stop the head size. And I'm still going to. We're not going up to 24. It's my form of protest. It's like, no, we're stopping at size 18. You made an awesome spider and the parents let you win the pass the parcel. Well, okay. then I suppose that I feel like you won that interaction then. Not only did people leave you alone, which is frankly my ideal in life, in real life anyway, digital life is different, but you also got the best prize in the pass the parcel. Wait, are you guys, I know that Bluey started this conversation, but like, are you guys like one prize per layer or one big prize in the middle type of folk? Because I was raised on the like one small prize per layer, or so every couple of layers. There wasn't like a guaranteed prize, but they were definitely spread throughout the parcel. This is why you don't do granny squares after 2, I'm done. Yeah, I like the way that like the first few rows grow really quickly and you feel like you're doing great. And then like, if you're doing like really big granny squares, those next, like once you get to like big square sized, it's suddenly the shine is off the apple, and every row is taking 1,000,000 hours. I'm doing a project that involves squares at the moment, but y'all can't see it for at least another month. I think something like that. The more you look, she's a muck playing dress up. I like that. She's a dainty lady muck. One prize in the middle, but you usually win. Fair. Is that because you always dress up like a spider? No one wants to argue with the person dressed like a spider? Oh, no, sorry. I got the Smallest Petal and Marvelous Moolicious mixed up. I apologize. Your childhood Pass the Parcel was little prizes throughout and a big prize at the end. But it was just all just chocolate. Yeah, like just like a mini, like a fun-sized or like a key ring. My dress, my muck, my lovely lady muck. They are slightly different shades of purple, I'm realizing now. I'm still happy with the color I chose for Jynx. But they are different shades. But they will potentially be quite size appropriate. You ship Muck and Jynx? I kind of do as well. It explains why Muck was okay with being in the trench coat as well. Because, like, Jynx is all dressed up in clothing. And, like, I was curious as to why, like, the lore behind why Muck was helping Geodude sneak into a movie when Muck wasn't going to be able to see. But now it all makes sense. Muck is trying to, like, show Jynx that he's a civilized Pokemon who also wears clothing. What's Pass the Parcel? Okay, it's a children's game that you play at parties. And basically, it's a present that's wrapped in, like, a dozen different layers. And there is, like, an ongoing conversation as to whether or not you're supposed to put, like, a treat or a prize between each of the layers, or just one big one at the end. And basically the kids sit in a circle and music plays and you pass the parcel around the circle. When the music stops, whoever's holding the parcel gets to unwrap a layer. So that provides a little bit more context as to why people are discussing whether or not you should put a prize between every single layer, like even if it's just a little one, or if it's just like you rip off a layer and like, oh no, it's not the net, it's not, there's nothing in there, keep playing. You keep playing until someone wins the big prize in the middle. Or Baby Muck got into their parents' cupboards. That's true. Okay. I think one more row of 18 single crochet should do the trick. All right. Bye, Caitlin. Good luck with your laundromat. Maybe Muck and Jynx were having a secret date at the cinema. True. Maybe Geodude was just being a bro. Chocolate coins hidden throughout the layers and then the big one in the middle. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's just like a little fun-sized little pack of Skittles or something. Back when, I'm sorry, but those fun-sized bags of Skittles have like 4 Skittles in them now. I swear they used to have like 6 or 7. The chocolate game, is that the one where you roll the dice and then you run and you have to like cut the block of chocolate up with a plastic knife and fork? Because if that's the chocolate game, I will never get over something that happened to me while playing the chocolate game. When I can't have been older than 5 years old, but it has come with me through the years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm on a crochet pattern roll. Ah, yes, I did try. I've been trying to do like blocks of stuff this year. So I've done a Pokemon block and now we've done a little pattern block. And hopefully the next thing that comes up isn't creative block. No, it's going to be a little bit, I've got a little bit more of an experimenty type one, and we're going to do a KMI coming up in March. So that's not my idea we haven't done one in a while. So that's that means that I have taken suggestions from you guys and the comments section and the Patreon and a little bit of Discord. I fill it out with Discord because there's always just so much going on Discord. Yeah, so I take suggestions from there and then I put them all up in a poll on YouTube. That poll is actually going to go... That poll is actually going to be available pretty soon. It's not yet because I haven't finalized the options yet. There's a few good ones in there though. There's like, people want raccoons, they want Cambrian fauna, whatever that means. You know, things like that. Leaf sheep. So there will be a poll for that Not My Idea vote coming up very soon. And if you're a patron, you'll get to vote twice. Once on the YouTube tadpole and once on the Patreon poll, if you so choose. Yes, that chocolate. Oh, it was the right chocolate game. Okay. I played the chocolate. Okay, here we go. I'm going to tell you guys a story about a game that you almost certainly haven't really heard of, except for except for my companion, Casey Bear, in the chat. So the chocolate game is you sit around in a circle and you roll dice, and I think it's when you get doubles. I think it's doubles. It's been a long time. Haven't played it since. When doubles come up, you have to run down to where there's a block of chocolate and a plastic knife and fork, and you can eat as much chocolate as you can, but you can only use the knife and fork to eat it. Now, the scarring from this is that as a 5-year-old, you really want that chocolate, right? You want that chocolate bad. And the fact that there is an arbitrary gate between you and the chocolate, the gate of you have to roll doubles. It's a lot. And then plus, yeah, so I was in a situation, it was at something called a Christmas tree, where it's like you go to the community center and all of the kids in the area, I grew up rural, and so like the area was probably the size of an American state. And like, so there were two groups of kids. There were like the older group of kids, and then there was like my group of kids, and we were all like sitting there playing, but it gives you it ups the tension when you see two teams of people running up and eating all the chocolate when you're a 5-year-old and you want that chocolate so bad and you can't seem to roll the right number. But then you get then imagine, if you will, that after trying and trying and trying, you manage to roll doubles and you're going to get to taste that sweet chocolatey goodness. All right. You're up past your bedtime and you want that chocolate real bad, and there's no parents anywhere, so like you want it. So you run down and there's another kid there at your block of chocolate. Now, I'm there now. Like, it's supposed to be my turn. I've rolled doubles. It's my turn to eat the chocolate. And this kid would not move. He was still trying to get a piece. And there was some adults standing around going like, no, let him get a piece. Let him get a piece. And so I missed my whole turn because I was told I had to wait for the person in front of me. And then the next person came up and just like hip checked me out of the way. And no one had my back, making sure I got a piece of chocolate. And at that point, that was the first and only time I ever played that game, because the chocolate is a lie. The chocolate is a lie. Yeah, it's just, I've not played that game since. The utter betrayal from a number of aspects. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not quite as emotionally as dependent on free chocolate now as I used to be. As an adult, I should really be over it. But like, no, it was just the injustice. It was the absolute injustice. Yeah, the betrayal, it was. It's just, yeah. It's 6, or if you have 2, you play with 1. Oh, okay, sure, that makes sense. Roll doubles or a 6. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because the idea is that you can eat as much chocolate as you can with the knife and fork until the next person rolls and gets to go and eat the chocolate. And so, like, some people get a lot of time and some people don't get much time. So it's literally the rules of the game that when I turned up for my piece of chocolate, it's a cute little 5-year-old. Please don't offer me chocolate. I can't talk properly.
Everyone out the way. Wait. You can have some chocolate. I
can't eat chocolate. I can't talk properly after I've eaten it. Oh, see, Nikki, I like that. You played the chocolate game at your 18th birthday party and your friend who was lactose intolerant was always rolling 6s, so she would just cut the squares and leave them for who was next. That's really nice of them. Because, like, yeah, it was just, I've not gotten over that, and I don't know if I ever will. And it's just one of those things where it's like, because I felt that injustice so keenly as a 5-year-old, it doesn't matter that as an adult I find it kind of silly. It's just like, no, that outrage is still in there. It is strong. I'm nervous that it's dictated actions throughout the years. I think that's where the eyes would go. I can't imagine where else they would be. So we're just going to snap them on. And if she looks silly, so be it. Now these have bent. Okay, well that back's gone now forever. She's a little bit of a jinx, this lady. Happy time zone, J of all trades. How late am I? Annie, you're not very late at all. We've only been going for about 40 minutes. The theme is, oh, it's you. We're doing Pokemon today that we're not super excited about. So we're doing Jynx and we're getting her out the way. The color was purple. You guys picked purple. You'll always pick the purple. You think Silly Eyes will only benefit her? Yeah, like if they end up being too close together, I'll put the whites on the outside. If they end up too far apart, I'll put the whites on the inside. There's like little things you can do to trick the eyes into looking correct. So now we need to transition into the dress. Now this transition is going to be covered at the back by the hair and at the front by her chest piece. I will not anthropomorphize this particular Pokemon under any circumstances. So her chest piece. And that means that I can get away with doing things a little bit messy. So I've decreased down to 12, which I forgot to write down. So we'll do that now. And then I'm just going to do 12 single crochet around in our purple, and I'll swap to my red at the end of that row. And yeah, that'll give us a nice little buffer for changing to our dress. And she's going to be teeny tiny, y'all. Looking at her. So small. Tiny little baby Jynx. I'm a little bit torn up this morning because TikTok saw fit to show me a clip of Mimikyu seeing its own reflection and promptly like deciding it, yeah, just poor Mimikyu. I don't know if I'll ever forgive the Nintendo company for what they've done to Mimikyu. Imagine creating the sweetest little bean and then just it exists solely to hate what it is. It is the self-loathing Pokemon. It is the Pokemon that thinks that they created it to know that it was never going to be good enough. And that, we're talking about injustices here. It's just like, apparently I'm angry about all kinds of things today. It's just, they stole from you, you earned that chocolate, and the adults that there should have been able to trust gave it away. Yeah, no, it's I can guarantee I am the only person who remembers the chocolate game incident. I don't know if I've ever even told anybody about it. It was just like, oh, I guess this is how the world works then. Gotcha. Okay, there we go. We've got this very, very bright red. It looks almost brown on the down camera. I'm so sorry. One of these days, I will get my lighting sorted. Today is not yet that day. I keep thinking, oh, now there's a whole week between streams. I'll use some of that time to sort out things like the fact that the lighting and camera balance is never quite right. And then I remember, oh no, we have to film 3 videos this week and we've got to edit that. We've got to get that off to that person. And then we have to do posts in those 3 locations and we have to get that written thing done because otherwise that's not going to be good enough. And oh, have we eaten in the last 2 days? Yes, but only because Mr. Bones has literally put food in front of us. And it's just like, you know what? The lights are fine. Some memories just stick with you. Yeah, they really do. Okay. So I'm going to stuff the head now. I opened a new bag of stuffing today, so it's just like very puffy. It's lovely. Oh, happy birthday, dead girl. And to anybody else whose birthday falls either 3 days in the past or 3 days in the future. Everybody else will have to wait till next week. Not Martini. I think there is. He's often depicted as just like a shadow, if that makes sense. I don't know if I've ever seen what he actually looks like, because to me that point is moot. The point of like, I don't care what it looks like. I love it. It does not deserve to be born just to hate itself that much. It really bums me out. Yeah. Yeah. I changed to red. I'm going to write that in the notes. Yours is tomorrow? Heather, that counts. Happy birthday, Heather. Hi, Jynx. Oh. That's awkward. Guess who we're making today? Nope, I don't want to change to yellow. I'm going to do I'm going to sew that piece on. It's not going to be shaped in. It's just going to be a separate piece that we sew over the top. Good catch though. Nice and timely, I have to admit. If I changed to the wrong color, this is when I would want to know. Going back up to 18 now. Jynx has evolved into viewer. Jynx has entered the chat. No pressure, Jynx. But you are going to be, I don't know if anthropomorphized is the correct word there, but you are definitely going to be treated a little bit like a spokesperson for the Pokemon we're making today. If you stick around. Hope you do though. Yeah, the Mon is with a Y. Jynx. Okay, we've got the start of our little skittle. So she doesn't have a lot of like flare at the top. She's a little bit of a tube, and then we flare out into a little bit of a skirt. So if that is visually, so I'm not counting the rows from the magic ring, I'm counting just what I can see when I look at it flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll count that as 7 rows. So that means that if that's 7 rows, then that's 7 rows to about there. So we'll do, we've already done 1. Okay, I will do 2 to 3 rows in here, just straight. And then I will work out if I want to do these little spiky pockets in the next row, and then we'll flare out a little bit for the skirt at the bottom. Sorry, every so often I remember that I started these streams as a way of like sharing design tricks and how and showing the whole process with no like gaps, and more it's just become Complicated Knots rants about whatever she's currently thinking about while something is also being crocheted in the next room. You like the name Skittle? I think Skittle's a cute name. We have what? Miss Muffet, Karen, and Skittle. Oh, and Hi Jynx I think was also in the mix. Could skirt be our hyperbolic thingy? Possibly, yeah. I'm going to add some kind of swoosh to it. With a mix of both. Watching it back, it's such a bizarre experience because I'll be here being like, yeah, the chocolate game, I'm scarred forever, this is a childhood memory, and then I'll be like, okay, so we placed 6 increases because of these 3 reasons, and we're going to put them here because of why. Like, and then I snap straight back into, and then they wouldn't let me eat any of it, and it just wasn't fair. Jynx absolutely looks like somebody who has a bra flask. Or like the bra cask with the straw, and they're just full of wine. Jay of all trades, I'm intensely jealous of being dogpiled by 3 of your fur babies. Oh my goodness, that actually startled me. I'm not even afraid of spiders and that startled me. That is so good! Guys, Mr. Bones did something. But you'll have to stick around. No, he needs instant gratification. He does. He needs instant gratification. I know this man. Would you like to see what Mr. Bones does? Anybody who's afraid of spiders, I'm going to warn you that this startled me, and I'm not even afraid of spiders. It was just unexpected. So I'm going to give you all a second to like decide if you want to see what's about to happen and brace yourselves accordingly. That's not as startling on this camera. He made a little spider. And it's cute. Muck is dressed up as the spider. Or he's startled because he has a spider on his head. Ah! Ah! Guys, it's really cute. There we go. It's got 2 safety eyes at the front and a big old safety eye as its body. It's really cute. If it wasn't quite as spiky, I'd be like sticking it in my hair, but honestly, I've got enough frizz issues today. I don't need to add any more like anything in there. It's little daddy long legs, exactly. I did not mean to put it over Jinx's face. I apologize to anybody who saw that. It was an accident. I heard Mr. Bones like snuffle laughing, and then I looked at the camera and I was just like, oh, okay, that's bad lining. It's such a cute little patootie. Come on, we got this. Do we even remember what we got? No, but we got it. We went to the store, we picked it up, we paid for it, and we got it. There we go. And we'll go around again. It does look like one of those little head massagey things. I also can't use those. My hair tangles around them and then they're just absorbed and devoured. I think I still have one in my hair from the 90s. Give it back to Muck for him to wear as a hat. Okay. It looks very much like Muck is panicking because a spider lands on his head. Oh, right, sorry, yeah, that's fair. I'm removing the spider from the screen for anybody who is really, really freaked out by spiders. We appreciate you, and it is now safe to come back. The spider will potentially make another appearance later, but not for now. Thank you, Sanity Creations. It hadn't occurred to me, but yeah. Oh, you made a dragon hair scrunchie and a little kid went, is that a real dragon? Okay, so it ended up being 2 rows. 3 rows is definitely too far. So now we need to add pockets. Do the pockets. Hadn't really thought about doing pockets, but here we are doing pockets. We could just... If we wanted to get real fancy with it, we could like work our stitches out and then double back and anchor them. Which is going to give us the nicest result. However, a lot of work for something I don't really feel like putting a lot of work into. So I think instead I'll just use stitch sizing. So that's like, consider that like the straight of her waist. So her face is looking this way, right? We'll just work our way up to maybe a triple, and then we'll do a double and a little half double, and then just regular single crochet. Just work up over 5 stitches on either side, a little pocket point. Might even chuck a picot in there. Maybe could just get away with doing a picot. I should probably just do a picot. We're going to just do a picot, never mind. There goes my stitch planning. Let's see, we want the picot 3 stitches back from the finishing point. And we want them equidistant from one another, which gives us the rest of the information we need to solve this equation. It does. So we know we want 9 stitches in between because half of 18 is 9, and we know we have 3 stitches at the end, which means we have 6 stitches at the start for 9 and 9. That is correct. This is our first Pokemon. We are hoping to get through it quite quickly and tick another one that we're not super looking forward to off the list. I'm sorry guys, that is today's theme. I appreciate you guys being here for the moral support of it all. It is genuinely appreciated. But we had to do these eventually, and it was just going to be the worst thing ever if Jynx and some of the others behind those doors ended up being our final Pokemon. Like, how anticlimactic do we want to be? I haven't decided who's last yet, but it's easy to pick out who I don't think should be last, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm getting a wee bit tangled, and that's okay. 7, 8, 9, and we'll do another one. I always forget picots are a thing, but I feel like I've used them in like a lot of different patterns recently, but that's because I get to a point where I'm just like, oh, I need to do this thing. Oh, never mind, I'll just do a picot instead. They're handy little bumps, they are. It's just... Wow, those aren't straight at all. I shouldn't have just done that mathematically. I should have been paying more attention. Do we care? We do care. The easy thing to do would be to line this one up with that one by moving it forward 1 stitch. So we'll do that. Means they're no longer equidistant, but I don't think that's a big deal. It's better that things look right than be right in this context, because if they look right, they are right. We're not engineering a bridge. We're putting pockets on a Pocketmon. One of your friend's favourite Pokemon was Jynx. She always named them RuPaul, Nikki, or Kylie. I am going to veto the use of the name Kylie. Please and thank you. You feel like Bugsmas was Picot Christmas as well? Yeah, there was a lot of that. Thought Gyarados was going to be last. I've changed my mind a lot about that here and there, Cryptidly Witchy. It depends. At this point, I've put off Gyarados for so long, I'm nervous about doing him at all. Yeah. Do we want some definition in this layer? Or no, it's all just one sloopy skirt. So maybe we go up half a size. what's the rotation to the half size? We want one at the center back, which if we fold this is this stitch here. It's one stitch at the end. So ink, single crochet, and we're going 6 stitches to use in the rotation. So one's an increase, one's a single crochet, leaving 4. And that should get us up to 21. Oh yeah, Muck's name is Muckleberry. Mr. Mime's name is Humpty. What else have we seen today? Growlithe was Bernard. And Jynx hasn't been named yet. What would have been really cute is if we made these in a different order, then Jynx could have been Miss Muffet and Muck could have been named Tuffet. I think it's cute anyway. Muckle Betty Von Trash? No. Maybe we do Mewtwo last. I'm thinking about that. Yeah, no, they are Gen 1. So Mewtwo is one of the options that make a lot of sense to me to do last. I feel like this is early enough to have this conversation that wherever we end up is where we end up. It's just like by the time we reach the final Pokemon, you're already going to know who we have and haven't made. You know? So it's like, I think Mewtwo is a good candidate for last. So is something like Rhyhorn, which sounds funny, but, or sorry, it might be Rhydon. I get them confused sometimes. One of them was the first Pokemon ever designed. It makes there's like a little bit of a narrative there as to making them last. Blastoise or Venusaur is a big cool one to finish on. Gyarados is a big cool one to finish on. You know what I mean? Like there's some there that just make a little bit of sense. That said, it's about, do I want the last 10 streams to be the 10 hardest Pokemon we have remaining? But I also don't want the 151 to be like Kabuto, you know? We finished with the horseshoe crab. Okay, so we're up to 21. And I'm going to do something a little bit strange. We're going to do 7 repeats of a single crochet, 3 single crochet into the same stitch, and then a single crochet. I'm flaring out the skirt at this point. I think this might be maybe a bit too dramatic. I should pull back a little bit. That's a very dramatic flare out. That's going to take us from 21 up to big number. 35? 35. It's probably not quite right, is it? You think number 151 is Magmar? Yeah, way less than 50 to go. We have 49 to go. This is the 49th that we have remaining, and then we have 48 to go. It's gonna go fast, guys. I've done Dratini and Family, and also Survivor has noodle shapes. It's true. I think I missed some context there. We should make bingo cards when we get down to the last few Gen 1. You absolutely should. That'd be fun. Some of the themes are going to end up being me like showing the Pokédex. Hang on. Putting the Pokédex on screen and just like putting numbers and be like, which like the column, like giving you row and column coordinates of just like, okay guys, vote who we want to make and things like that. Because like if we did Nidorino, we'd finish our first row, and if we did Raichu, we'd finish our first column. Like that's really cool. Let me just turn that back off again. Mew is my first. You think Mewtwo should be 151? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bones is not speaking as an official representative of the channel. No one is promising a 24-hour stream making a single giant Gyarados. Are you kidding me? I'm flaring out a skirt. Okay, that's all I'm doing right now. This is the only thing I have to focus on right now. And that is we are making Jynx a lovely frilly frock. That said, there is likely to be some ridiculous length of stream at some point of this process. Because I want to sit down and think about the story I want to put together for... I'd like to make a video of crocheting all 151 Gen 1 Pokemon. I've been talking about that since day one. It's taken slightly longer to get through them all, but I think that the journey has been worth just taking its time. So something I've been wanting to do since before I picked up a crochet hook is crochet all of them. So it's been really cool to get to do that. Yeah. So I want to think about what the story of that video is, and then for the last 48, there'll probably be a few more wheel spins and maybe some slightly longer streams and things like that. CK, Gyarados is a 1, 10, and 100 hour challenge. I've thought about it, Emily, because Gyarados needs to fit with the rest of the Pokédex, right? I can't just make a giant body pillow sized Gyarados. No, I can't. It's irresponsible of me to abandon all of my responsibilities to make a giant body pillow dragon. It is. It's just not okay. But also, this is the interesting thing. I have the ability. It's an irresponsible choice. You know, it's an irresponsible choice. And with great power comes great responsibility. Thank you, Spider-Man. We should all be like the Spider-Man. And remember that we have to make responsible choices sometimes. We gotta make responsible choices. We're up to 28 now, because instead of doing 3 into the same stitch, I did just regular increases. And so we've got the start of a little flary skirt. I'm not sure if I want to flare it out any further. Maybe one more level of flare. So we'll do 7 repeats again. Which will get us up to 35 anyway. Have I seen the Pokemon Day trailer for Legends Z to A? I haven't, and I'm trying to hold on and watch it. I'm going to watch it after the stream, because I know that Pokemon 7 has already... Oh, sorry, PM7. I think that's his name officially now. PM7 has reacted to it, and I want to get his take on it, because I want to get his take on it. That said, I've always been a late adopter when it comes to these things. I literally started playing Scarlet and Violet mid last year, mid to late last year. So it's one of those things where I doubt I'll be an early adopter. I will enjoy all of the content that comes out about it, though. It's just hopping on trends is just never really something I've done properly or on purpose or well. Would the Zodiac Dragon pattern make a good base? What? I don't know. The Zodiac Dragon pattern. Someone help me out there. What's the Zodiac Dragon pattern? Oh, the Chinese New Year dragon? It potentially would. I've done a few squiggly ones over the years. It's just the squiggle itself doesn't intimidate me. It's just that Gyarados is kind of a very personal dragon for me. So, I want to make sure I really nail all of the little details, and to do that, I could cheat it by just making a worm, and I probably will for the one for the Pokédex. But there's a pretty good chance that I'll go back through and I'll make a big one. But anytime I make a decision to make a big one of something, what I'm also making is the decision to put up with people wanting a pattern for it. And sometimes those two things don't really mix. I can do much bigger, cooler work if I'm not trying to make something replicatable, if that makes sense. It's kind of the difference, I guess, between sculpting something or putting together a craft kit, but not at that level, because you guys are way more talented than me in some ways, but what I'm doubting is my ability to communicate the more complex techniques and stuff I'm trying. Because sometimes I'll have something in my hands and it'll make sense for me to do things a certain way, but then I'll find out later that that's not the way things are done, or it's not the logical way to approach that thing. So makes it a little tricky sometimes. I feel like it's a little creatively stunting, but I get plenty of other creative stimulation from other aspects. Yeah, PM7 and Mikey, I really like their stuff. I'm a big fan of the John Michael Cup. Any of you guys watch the John Michael Cup? I like the John Michael Cup. That, and just John has a channel of I think it's called The John Guy, where it's just like him just talking about stuff. Just like, I like that kind of stuff. I like that kind of content too. Okay, we have the final layer of the swoosh. I hope you guys are satisfied with the level of pocket. Let me hold it up closer to the light so you can get some idea of what it is. Maybe oh, hey, look, there we are. There's our girl. So she's got her two little, like, let's hold it straight to camera. We can do this. There we go. She's got her two little pockets sticking out the sides. They are definitely there. The question is that tall enough? Or is she a little taller? Technically, this should be up around her ears a little bit more based on my drawing, but I think that based on the actual sprite, this is a little bit more correct. So the hair will come down here. The arms will have to stick out here. Oh, those arms are going to be skinny little noodle arms. They are. I think we have to go round again. I don't want to flare out anymore, though. I think I may have... Really, okay, what I should do if I was a responsible designer is I'd frog the last 2 rows and I'd add more length up here. But because I'm not a responsible designer and I don't feel like frogging back 2 massive rows, I'm going to just add an extra row to the bottom. It's going to be fine. The shaping is still there. It's just in slightly the wrong position, and that's fine. I've got stuff all over this desk. I can feel the manic chaos crafting gremlin trying to get out. Been anxious watching the current Nuzlocke challenge. I love that one. If that's the one I'm thinking of, Mikey's acting as like the Pokédex because he literally can't handle doing a Nuzlocke. Yeah. That is such great fun. I'm the same way. I relate too hard to it. It's just like, only I control if that Pokemon is really dead. You'll never catch me doing a Nuzlocke on camera, I don't think. Like, particularly my Catch and Stitch series. Can you imagine if I caught something, stitched it up, and then had to destroy it when they died in battle? Like, don't get me wrong. I know people would watch. That'd be very compelling viewing, but I don't want to spend 6 hours making something and then, like, set it on fire. Are you kidding me? Oh, night, emotional owl. Oh, night. Oh, yeah, I've already said that. Sorry, I just saw the original I've got to go. It's a skirt. They swishy. Yeah, exactly. Swishy, swishy skirt. Your youngest love anything Roblox related. Okay, I'm about to share something with you all that is going to age me significantly. But I also want to just be very clear here. I don't want an answer to this question. I like not knowing. Okay? Like, I actively enjoy having this, like, bizarre little mystery in my life. I know of Roblox. I have no idea what Roblox actually is. I know that the grocery store keeps trying to sell me special money for it. I know that the kids are obsessed with it. It's something to do with some kind of game, right? And for some, like, it feels kind of Fortnite-y, which is also after me. I'm too old for that. Like, I don't know what it is. And at this point, I'm kind of enjoying not knowing. It's like, what is it? It's like, why is the grocery store selling me money for this thing? But also I can't work out what the game is. Like, no, you just make a graveyard for them? Oh, I guess. Lavender Town music constantly playing in the background. Your roommate is the top of the Zoomer age range and the menus of Roblox overstimulate the heck out of you. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's just like, I have no idea what it is, and at this point I feel too old to find out. You know what? I just look at that and I'm like, you know what? That's not for me. I love that it's there for the people who it's for, but that is just absolutely does not intersect with my life at all. That's just not for me. Sort of like Minecraft. That's what I mean. It's just like, it's kind of this, but also it's nothing at all like that. Okay, now we are going to close off using a super secret sneaky method. Not really. I'm going to do back post around on the inside, and then we're going to decrease using single crochet 3 togethers instead of regular decreases. And I can get away with doing single crochet in one row and then single crochet 3 togethers in the next row, because it will come out as though I did regular decreases in both rows, but I'll get the additional benefit of shaping that corner at the same time. It's a little thing that I've picked up along the way, is that you can, like, average out your shaping across multiple rows. And in doing so, makes some stuff significantly easier, because you know what's kind of annoying to do? Back post decreases. You know why? Because you don't have to do them. You just double the number of decreases you're doing in subsequent rows, and it's fine. Muck. Could you? Muck. 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 So yeah, like I can feel you all in the chat right now providing various explanations to what Roblox is, and like I'm just like I'm gonna let it wash over y'all. I'm gonna let it wash over me too. I'm not gonna read it. I don't want to know at this point. I'm enjoying having a mystery in my life. It's like a digital cryptid. A joke that the younger generation is playing on me. Even the keywords are actually just wild. Like, I glanced up just then and I got jump scare and I got sandbox. I also got the word exploitation. So yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, I'm just gonna let this subject pass and like a ship in the night. All right, so we're only like a sneeze over 1 hour in. We're finishing our main block of Jynx here. I'm tempted to give her 2 long blue plaits, but I will resist. And we should very quickly, I feel like we've got maybe another hour on Jynx, and then we should be ready to move on. So if you're not super enthused about this one, I get it. You could maybe go get yourself some food while we finish her off. So that's also okay. Welcome back, Viara. I hope dinner was tasty. Ah, drivers. Muckleberry, human! That's you. That's how you sound. To be fair, Pokemon do speak saying their name. I was trying to communicate in Muckland, or Mucklish. Because, like, Pokemon say their names to communicate. I was trying to communicate with him. Muck. And it's also just really fun to say. Muck. Okay, we are going to go 7 repeats of single crochet 3 together, and a single crochet if you want the explanation as to why I gave it earlier. Oh, Night Breeze, thanks for hanging out. Glad you did more episodes? Episodes of... Huh? Forgive, I don't know what we're referring to there. The theme for today is... Oh no, it's you. Hi, Savvy Beneni. It's a great name. I like getting to say some of the names. So yeah, we are making Jynx today, but don't worry guys, it'll be over quickly and then we'll make something else. And at least we don't have to worry about feet on her. So after this we've got arms, which I'll probably do next. I wish that guy would just drive away. Just drive away, dude. Shoot. Okay, I think he's gone now. Yeah, we've got arms. We'll probably do the arms next. And then we need hair and the corset, the chest piece. The chest piece, I'm tempted to make using 2 magic rings, but that always creates a bit of a problem with there being like certain concentric circles in certain parts of the body that we don't want to encourage. At the same time, round pieces are easier to make in the round. So there's an argument to be made either way as to how we approach that. Okay, so there we are.
Can I check my crochet knowledge for a moment? Remember how I did that the other day?
Yeah, of course I do.
So with the tube top, what if you did...
No, the chest piece.
What if you did like chain, I don't know, 15 and then turn, and then you did like chain 5 and then you did like increase, chain 2, increase, chain 5, whatever the numbers are to make that, and then turn, do the increases back, and then do the decreases on top, and then just a straight one across the top, because then you'd have like the 2 increases, which would make it without having like the central dot. Which
sorry, that came with a hand gesture. That's like, why I'm laughing.
It would look like bubble wrap. There we go. And but it wouldn't have the central dot.
Yeah, doing it as a flat piece is how you avoid central dot. That is, you are correct, but
yes.
The way you are going to structure it, kind of.
I'm calling this a victory.
Yeah. Come on. You know, for someone who doesn't crochet, he really does speak the language. Oh, and I sat in your finished items photos that showed up in the last... Stream is looking good to me. The squeaky yarn noises are a permanent fixture of this stream. I apologize if they bother you, but they're not going anywhere. We've tried everything. My hook squeaks because of the temperature of my hands, and I can't exactly stop using my hands. You got a hiccup? Okay, so we didn't have any dropouts last week. I still am not showing any dropped frames here. That doesn't mean we didn't drop any. But I just want to say, if we drop out, it has been the week before we dropped out 3 times for like 10 seconds each. If that happens, I'm going to just ride it out. We are expecting... There's potential for some brief little hiccups here and there because of Australian internet. We didn't have any issues last week. The week before we had some, but then we hadn't had any for like the 50 streams before that. So I'm just letting you guys know that the plan is to just continue on through it if it does start hiccuping. Ooh, we could go straight down to 7 now. That's fun. Is Australia melting again? Well, we're in autumn now, so you'd think it would cut it out, but apparently it's going to be very warm autumn. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to getting to sleep with, like, blankets again. Without 3 fans going. We don't have aircon in the bedroom. We have a system of pulleys and levers. No, we have a bunch of pedestal fans and the window. We're doing our best. It'd just be really nice if the weather would cool off just a scooch. But what happens is, as I crochet, my hand gets warm, the hook gets warm, the squeaking begins. The squeaking doesn't bother me until it bothers you guys, and then I get real self-conscious about it, so I'm a little defensive. Starter Squad is produced by the... I don't know Starter Squad. I shall have to look that up. There we go. Yeah, straight down to 7. 2 rows of decreases got us from 35 down to 7. It can be done. It may as well be done fast. Doesn't give you like a dome the way decreasing by 6 does. Decreasing by 12 is an aggressive strategy. Yeah, Caterpickle's in the back, bossing Cubone around. Here we go. He's there. And Cubone is right next to him. And Muck was sitting on top of this ball, but now Muck is here. Hamster wheel powered fan. Yeah. I'm jealous that yours has never squeaked. Honestly, mine, I straight up don't notice it, which is funny because like some sounds really bother me, but this one here, it doesn't even register it's squeaking until somebody says it is. There we go. So that is the end of the dress. Got its little pockets. Don't know why I'm picking up scissors there. That was a little bit threatening. Torty, we need a pink pin. Or a couple of pink pins. My pins are very old. the like pearlescent coating has chipped off a lot of them, and some of them are just not very sharp anymore. And let's just give her some lips. There we go. I'm sorry, Humpty is watching on, giving this expression. He's like just off camera. And now you've taken over the large living room TV. The household must now share in the wonderful thing that is CK and the community. Yawn squeaks when you're using cotton yarn or bamboo, but so much when using acrylic. Yeah, it's plastic on plastic, and part of it is the fact that the coating is already coming off this hook. Yeah, it's not super noticeable on camera yet, but it's basically almost down to just plain silver at the top here. I'm rough on my tools, folks. We use them. But yeah, I hate plastic hooks, and resin hooks you couldn't pay me to use. Or at least the ones that I've encountered so far. I shouldn't say never, just because there's innovations happening every day. But like, no, I'm very much camp metal hook. Which sounds way more hardcore than it is. Arms, we're doing arms. So we need little noodle arms for you, my lady. Like they need to fit like this area, and they need to be like at most like that long. That is to scale. You are a skinty. Just checking out the Mr. Mime hand structure. Okay, her hands are flesh toned. Here is her flesh. How often do I go through hooks? This is the second hook since I started the channel. My previous hook, hold on one second, I can actually go grab it, has been retired before it snapped. There we go. Good question. I like showing off my hook. I'm coming back. I haven't gone anywhere. There we go. I really do use that little like clay hook holder that I made in that video, even if it's like the most preschool thing ever created. And we're back. So yeah, this is the original hook. This is the same hook, right? This hook used to be this color. There we are. You can see on camera. It's just like through using it over 4 years, a lot of the color wore off this one here, and I replaced it once I started getting through the coating to like the metal underneath, because I wanted to stop using it before it like completely broke down. You can see like some speckling there. But yeah. There was enough years between the purchase of these two hooks that they changed something. Like there's something, they're a little bit different, but they're close enough. But yeah, that is the hook that I use. And we've only gone through two in, I think we're at 4.5 years now. Something like that. They don't make hooks like they used to. They don't make anything like they used to. Yeah, I'm not a fan of wooden either. I don't like the feel of it. Plastic, it's because it sticks to my hands. I hate it. I've tried a variety. I have a whole mug of hooks back there, but like aluminium hooks, they are the ones that I prefer. Pumpkin Plushness, are you beating yourself up in the chat here? That's not okay. Look, we love your content, but your content needs to be produced at a level that is manageable for you. Your hook of choice is now a boy 4.25 meter hook. Boy. Yeah, I believe there's a pink, right? It's a solid choice. Okay, I have the palm of a hand. Now I need to put fingers on this hand, and I don't want to. That's okay though, it's my job to. So we do the thing. Let's see, that's 6 stitches around. I don't really want to make not Mr. Bones, jeepers. I want to make Mr. Mime sized hands because it would just not quite look right on our little lady. So she needs smaller hands somehow. I don't know how to make them any smaller than they are. Oh, okay, I do know how, I just don't want to do it. 2, 3. This is the world's most annoying way to make tiny little bumps, but we do it anyway because it works really well. That's 1 little finger. Not controlling what my face is doing. That's a risky move on camera. Okay, and then we single crochet, and then we'll do another little finger. How many fingers do you really want, Jynx? You sure you need all of them? That's a slip stitch. We can't do slip stitches. Okay. Right, this is what I need to do. And sorry, this is what I'm moaning about. Let's clue you guys in on why I'm complaining. So we have 6 stitches in our round, right? I'm drawing this nice and dark so y'all can see. Using the whole page, because why not? So what I'm doing is let's say I'm attached here. I'm doing 3 chains, and then I'm slip stitching down those chains, right? In order to make these fingers fit small enough and in the right spot, I need to do 2 fingers there, single crochet across, and then do 2 more fingers, and then single crochet across, and then do 1 thumb, which would be probably 2, and down. And like, and now I'm complaining about it, and that's all right. I'm allowed to have a little whinge. It won't go on for much longer. You emotionally identify with that sound. Thank you. See, you guys are great. You guys are very, very helpful. You think I would ever crochet Jynx if I didn't have, first of all, the weight of your expectations, but also like the benefit of your support. Trebles would be too big. Way too big. It's one of those things where sometimes going small makes things hard. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I have my magic ring of 6. So now we're going to do the thing, and the thing is going to work out great, and we're going to be very pleased with it. So I'm going to single crochet. It's my yarn wrangling fingernail. There we go. You can also use a bobby pin for that, but sometimes it's handy to have the tool attached to you. We're going to single crochet. We're going to chain 3 and 2 slip stitches. Slip stitch in you know, I hate that. I hate everything about it. 1, 2, 3, and we're going up to 4. We're gonna have to go up to 4. It's gonna have long creepy hag fingers. 2. This better work. 3. And 2 down. Sorry, we interrupt this broadcast day for a slight temper tantrum from our creator of choice. We thank you for choosing complicated streams as your entertainment today, and we promise that we'll be back to our sunny disposition in just a second. She's flipping me off. Of course she is. Of course you are. Of course you're flipping me off. I'm going to give you fists in a second. I'm not threatening to beat the Pokemon. I'm threatening to give it fists. More episodes of Soul Silver soon? Maybe? Maybe. I'm planning another block before June, but we are only just into March. I know what the content is for March, and then there's something kind of complicated happening where I don't know where it's going to fall yet. And once I know where that's going to fall, I'll know where the Pokemon episodes are. But yeah, there will be another block of them within the next 3 or 4 months, for sure. Okay, so that is chain 4 and 3 slip stitches. And at this point, I may as well just use trebles. At this point, I may as well just use trebles. Sorry folks, I've gotten a little hung up on this. If I get hung up for too much longer, I'll move on to a different piece. See, trebles are too small. Are they too small or are they just the right size? Hold please. If I had some music, I'd play it right now. Just like doo 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 doo.
We do not sing copyrighted music.
Some of these are a tight fit and it's annoying me and I want to burn it. I want to set something on fire. It's really warm in the room. Summer winter break Pokemon block. Maybe, yeah. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not enjoying this piece. I'm going to put it down and we're going to do something else for a little bit. So let's work on the chest piece maybe. That could be fun. So we need it to be this shape with 2 red circles that don't have circles in them. So I'm tempted to make it as either one big red piece that we stitch the yellow onto or as one big yellow piece that we stitch the red onto. There's 2 schools of thought there. I think I'm going to do yellow that we stitch the red onto because that will neutralize the roundedness. Extended double rather than a treble doesn't correct the problem that I'm actually encountering there because the problem isn't the size of the fingers. Treble would have worked fine. It's just because I'm so limited in the size the palm can be, cramming that many stitches into that small of a space is what's actually causing me problems. Yeah. Sorry, I know I got cranky, and at first I was doing it as a joke, and then I got actually cranky with it. It's just sometimes it's better to put that piece down and I'll just walk away for a little bit, and we'll just make something else in the meantime while I percolate. The hamster is working really hard on its little wheel, folks, and hopefully it will come up with an answer for us soon. Because if I use the same sizing and spacing on from Mr. Mime's hands, his fingers are attached over, I think it's 12 spaces, which is kind of just a problem. Brain, I really need you to remember how to crochet. This is this is kind of crucial. One of your neighbors, oh, well, that's probably a necessary but sad story. The pretty color did us dirty. Yeah, it did. But I'm trying to like muscle on through it because once it's done, we never have to do it again. It's just done. We can tick that one off. I can take a small grainy little photo of it so no one can even see how rough it is. And then we'll just never talk about it again. But we just gotta, the only way out is through, you know? We just gotta keep on bulldozing our way. Okay, sweetie, those are huge on you, but I think they're actually the size, I think they're actually proportionate to what they're supposed to be. I think 12 is too much. I think we'll go 9. And a reminder, I'm gonna stitch the red on over the top, so the concentric circles thing won't be a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's 9 this time instead of 12. I think that's the size it's supposed to be. How annoying is that? Chest piece. Magic ring 6. 3 repeats of a single crochet and an increase. And then we finish off and we make that in yellow. If I finish all 151, can you make it a big poster print? Maybe? I don't know. Some of the photo quality isn't great. And it's one of those things where one of the things I'd like to do is go back through and retake all of the photos on the same backdrop so that the color balance all turns out the same. Because if I turn on the Pokédex now, hang on, I'll turn this on right now. You can see some slight color tone variation in some, and like some of the really early ones before I knew what was up, like with Cedra is an example of one where like my hand is literally in the photo. Honestly, okay, and Charmander you can see is looking a little blue because I got the white balance a little bit wrong. It'd just be good to take all of the photos and on the same backdrop and make a nice version of it. So that's something that I wouldn't mind doing. The photos at their current scale I don't think are good enough quality for a big poster print, but it's I'm not going to rule it out. It could be cool. I think it'd be a fun thing for me to have on my wall as well. And if any time I spend effort putting something like that together because I want it, like the Everybody Frog shirt, I just wanted a shirt. I'll make it available if I think that the price isn't completely... Prohibitive isn't the right word. What I'm looking for is like taking advantage of people who just want to support me, if that makes sense. With certain suppliers, I don't have great control over what things cost. Like with that sticker being $6-ish, $7-ish. I flinch from that, but they wouldn't let me make it any cheaper, and I wanted it to be available. So I don't like that. I think it's still out there though. Bonkers. School photo day for the Mons, right? Sorry, I thought you said school potato day, and I was just like, hold the phone. What is that, and where do I sign up? You want the crochet pokey wrap? I'm thinking about doing that as a short, because I have to do it something that isn't gonna get my channel taken down for copyright strikes. A 27 by 40 movie poster size of them all. Nah, I'm thinking too small, friend. Jigsaw puzzle. Shower curtain. You love your stickers? Yes. No, that's me. I don't want to take away from loving of the stickers. It's just it's one of those things where I do not have time to be the physical merch location, right? It would make shipping very expensive for the whole world, and I don't have the room for it, and I don't have the time to pack all of the orders myself. But if I did, I would do like free sticker with purchase type of stuff. But it's just not in the cards. I already have 7 or 8 different jobs. And I kind of just gotta like pick where my time goes. And so we use a distribution center and a print-on-demand service, which is not perfect, but it's good enough. And I do genuinely, I'm still wearing the same shirts. This has gone through the wash a dozen times, and it's still like, I'm really impressed with them anyway. I wanted to get I'm thinking about trying to come up with a couple of new designs, maybe. Sticker book. Oh, sorry. The Pokédex covers chat. My apologies, it's gone again. I forgot that I left it on. I wasn't looking at the screen. I've made her second piece. I know it looks bad right now. We're going to stitch over the top in red to add the red bits. And then it won't look as bad because there'll be lines and not circles. Hair! Let's make some hair. So I'm going to do the back as one piece, and then the bangs as a different piece. Jynx doesn't need arms, does she? School potato day. I talked about this last stream, and I've just sort of embraced it since then. But I've started... I know that it's right from the get-go, right? As in, like, right from the start, right from the get-go. But, like, I've started saying right from the get-go, and I don't know where it came from, but it's definitely there, and I definitely know that it's get-go. But I still say gecko. And it's like when the YouTube polls are now on, like, the posts tab, but they used to be on the community tab. And my speech was turning it from the community tab poll into the community tadpole. And so I'm very amphibious. I got the lizard in me. I can't help it. It's right from the gecko. Hair. I don't want to call this piece back hair, but that is what this is. Right from the gecko. Bedsheet covers. Yeah. Or like a big pillow cover. Big pillowcase. You all want a Doona cover. Okay, I'm going to start working in the round and then we'll transition to working as a flat piece. Just because I want to make sure I get full scalp coverage. Could one possibly crochet a jigsaw puzzle and then assemble it as a blanket? Well, technically I could take all of the Pokemon I've actually made and sew all of them together. I just think that that's the kind of stuff that psychos do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know? Okay, what you are all probably not aware of is the fact that I was bemoaning the temperature in this room, just casually, because it was something to say. And Mr. Bones has gone and grabbed a fan and pointed it directly in the door to cool the temperature down in here. And I just wanted to state publicly for the record, it is making a big difference. It is now and forever from the get-go. The gecko? Yeah, it's just like from the get-go. It's just so much easier to say. Passing all of my speech impediments along to you guys. Mallow's going to be a mummy next year. Okay, but you have to keep with the themed names. So you have to pick either like marshmallow themed things, like the baby has to be s'more or like hot chocolate, or you have to pick candy themes. That's how we always did it on the farm. It's like we would have Tink, and then Tink, this is an actual example, and then Tink had twins, and so Tink had Tank and Tonk. You know what I mean? And then like and then next year she had Tinkerbell, because it was a smaller version of Tink. So like, yeah, you gotta name so that when you hear like the name Tank, we knew which bloodline it came from straight away. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, right from the get-go is very much a stream thing though. Like it's not, I don't know if anybody outside of the streams would know what it even was. Okay, little miss, your hairpiece is nearly ready here. Okay, so we're at 12 stitches. And at this point, so that's the 12, we want to start leaving a third of it free where her face is. Possibly even more than that, possibly even half. Because she's allowed to look a little bald at the front and sides because we're making those extra pieces, and that's what I have to keep in mind here. I could even reattach and do it that way, but it's a lot of fussing around when sewing would solve that problem real easy. So now we're going to treat it like we're moving from 12 to 18, but we're actually moving from 6 to 9. Yeah. Oh, I was looking for my hook. You guys could have told me it was on the screen. Turn the phrase cool beans into cool legumes. Cool legumes, I totally would get that. If I heard someone say that, I'd be like, yes, you are one of my people. Cool legumes is absolutely something that should be said. You could also go with frozen peas. Candy is the name theme for all the baby cows next year. Excellent. The BCB thing is a stream thing too, but I've spoken before about how that's going to be the first shirt I pulled from the shop. In fact, it's probably going to get pulled pretty soon. And that's not to add sales pressure to anyone. It's just because, like, in the context of the stream, I understand it. Outside the context of the stream, I'm worried about it a little bit. So, yeah. And then we turn. Okay, and we're gonna grow bigger again. So that is, it's for single ink, single, and we'll turn, and that should get us up to 12. Night Clear rocks. Thanks for hanging out. You looked for your phone and couldn't find it, so you called your phone with your phone. That's funny. So I'm not one to celebrate our many overlords in the digital space, but I have to admit the convenience of being able to just Google where my phone is has helped me a number of times. Because I don't know if you guys know that you can do that, but if you find your phone turned on, you can literally go to Google and say, hey, where's my phone? And Google will show you. And you can choose to make it ring, or you can choose to lock your phone from Google. If you're all logged in the various locations, they'll admit that there are limitations to it. But it does mean that Google always knows where you are if you've got your phone with you, which isn't like a super comfy thought, but at the same time, it has saved my butt a number of times to just be able to be like, hey, where's my phone? And Google just being like, I got your back, friend. She's like, you're not my friend, guy. You're not my guy, pal. Would I consider selling my shirts in additional colors? Not unless I've seen the print and how it looks on that color. Because, like, the colors that are available were surprisingly limited. Like, I know people want a purple. The purples aren't good, guys. Purples aren't good. I want a purple. I like the color purple. Purple's one of my favorite colors. The purples aren't good. And there's also the issue of a lot of the colors not being super size inclusive, which is a problem that I'm sick of facing in my life, and so I assume the rest of you are as well. Yeah. So yeah, like it's not a consideration. It's just a quality control and a supply issue more than anything else. You had it one time where you were staring at your cat wondering where he was because you hadn't seen him all day. That's so funny. I'll admit, I'm new to the realm of glasses wearing, right? These are a new addition to the face. I am struggling a bit with the remembering to wear them and then wearing them for a long time at a stretch because I'm in front of screens a lot, and therefore when I'm interacting with screens more than anything else. I'm having a hard time remembering to wear them. I'm having a hard time working out how to look after them. It's just like, I feel like there's a lot of like assumed knowledge around glasses that people are just kind of like, you'll work it out. I'm just like, but what if I don't? What if I don't work it out? And what if I might just need like a little bit more hand holding than that? What if I'm having a hard time keeping smudges off the lenses because the little cloth just doesn't seem to really be cutting it? You know, I'm having a hard time. Working on your webcomic teaser while you listen to the stream, that's fun. She's got a little cute little updo at the moment. I think we might need to go one row larger again, but we're getting there. We are absolutely getting there. Oh, hi Darcy. Happy time zone. Just wait until you go to push them up your nose and find out the hard way they aren't there. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm just glad I don't have to like wear them outside. Though I'm a sunglass wearer. Like I am a very pale person. I get sunburnt a lot. I double down on sunscreen and hats and sunglasses and all that stuff. I can't see outside because of the glare, right? And so like I'm used to wearing glasses in certain contexts, but like sunglasses I don't seem to have encountered the same smudgy issues.
I came into that conversation at the wrong point because I came in and I heard, yes, when you push them up your nose and then realize they aren't there, and I was thinking, wait, you push them up like up your nostril, and then you're like, wait, where did it go? It's in my head somewhere. I didn't realize glasses are on the bridge of your nose.
Yeah, they sit on your nose. Mr. Bones has neither a nose nor glasses.
I have a request, just because I think it would suit her perfectly.
I've accidentally pulled one of her cups off. Sorry, yep.
You know Bride of Frankenstein?
Oh, with the streak in the hair?
Yeah, the hair. I was thinking like, if
you wanted her to have a beehive?
If you wanted to do 2 wigs, yeah, I could like brush one out and then just have like a strip of, like, you could potentially go inverted with it where it's white hair with a black strip. I
love you dearly. I would do a great many things for you. I'm not making 2 wigs for this thing. I am getting this thing done, and then we're never talking about her ever again.
Okay.
Alright. Bye, confused paladins. Oh, sorry.
No, I paused. Sorry, never mind.
Smudges are a bigger issue than they used to be because the lenses are coated these days. Yeah, I've got like the blue light coating and glare reduction because I do have to wear them on camera and I'm looking directly into a light and I'm trying to like reduce the glare so I can see properly or something. Like they charged for the privilege of that one, but yeah, okay. So the coating makes sense that would be impacting it as well. Sorry, I understand this is not an interesting subject. It's just something that's just like I'm struggling with. That said, I really like them. I think I absolutely nailed the choice of glasses, which is good because it was like a high pressure decision made with not a lot of forethought or consideration because I didn't know that I needed them when I went in there. But I quite like them. They're quite good, and I like the fact that they save me from having to put on a lot of eyeliner because it's basically just like they are the eyeliner. My eyes are now lined. Hello. See, we're finally getting Jynx out of the way. We are Sith Assassin. Y'all picked purple. There's one thing I can count on. It's that the Boring Colour Brigade will do their best, but purple will still be chosen. Thank you for remembering to like Confused Paladin, who is probably already gone. Get a good-sized microfiber cloth, and by good size you mean can fully wrap around the lens twice. I use glass cleaner spray, but your prescription is green lenses. Okay. Alright, so yeah, I need to get some equipment and not just use the little cloth, because it came with a cloth in the little case. I've got like the little cloth here. It's not super big. It's just a little tiny cloth. So it did come with a cloth, and that's the cloth I've been using, but like it just seems to like smear the stuff around. And honestly, I don't know how they're even getting smeary, because it's like I'm not touching them. Purple Menaces may have won, but at what cost? Well, that's the thing. Purple Menaces are going to shoot themselves in the foot, because I think we have like 2 purple Pokemon left. Unless you count, I suppose Haunter counts as well. We've got, what, Ghastly, Haunter, Mewtwo, and Grimer. So we have 4 purple Pokemon left. Have I missed anyone from that list? Just trying to think if there is any other purple Pokemon. I'm not worried about fog, though anti-fog spray is not a bad idea. She's got a classic bob now. Fog won't be an issue for me because like they're literally for use in front of screens. They're not like outside, and it just doesn't get foggy inside my house usually. Like, don't get me wrong, it can get a little steamy, but it doesn't get foggy. Cloyster. Oh, yep. Okay, Cloyster definitely counts as purple. All right, so we have 5 purple Pokemon. Hitmonchan wears a little purple tennis skirt, so also technically purple. I've put her as a purple square before. Somehow you guys know when it's going to be a fun purple square versus when it's going to be a not fun purple square. Like, you guys can sense a Hitmonchan at a 3-mile radius, and you will just suddenly decide that day is the day that Boring Colour Brigade gets to win. Oh, and the wheel! That is correct. We haven't done Starmie. Oh, there's so many purple ones left that I've forgotten about. You're considering buying the Gengar Squishmallow? Should you do it? Ooh, that's tempting. Though, if I was going to cave and buy a Pokemon Squishmallow, it would have been the massive Dragonite one. That said, there is currently a Squishmallow behind me. Looming. He's my next appointment. There's a few that could be purple adjacent, that's true. Honestly, you guys have convinced me. There is definitely enough purple ones left to do a full purple theme. Oh, and Arbok. I forgot Arbok. Venomoth. We've done Muck. So, but Starmie and Cloyster, absolutely. Grimer, I'll swap Muck out for Grimer on that list. And if more Pokemon go in blenders. Yeah, absolutely, some of them blend to purple. A lot of the grey ones end up blending to purple. They've used a very, like, lavender shade of grey. Like, when I did Onyx, you all thought he was purple. But it was, like... It didn't... Yeah. A lot of, like, lavender greys. Your husband loves purple, but he doesn't watch streams, so his vote doesn't count. Yep, fair. I'm just doing lots of try-ons so that we can get the wig fitting. She's looking very pretty. The hair doesn't go for too much longer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. I think one more row and then a row with like picots and slip stitches to add like the... Oh, Donna's cute. She's like a little prima donna. Could be Prano. She's a soprano. Because I always got like, yeah, opera singer. But I understand that it's based on something else, some other kind of like thing. Drusilla? Mr. Bones, actually, would you mind popping up the list of names that we have for the poll? I'm just curious as to what that currently looks like. So I know we had like Jynx. I know Karen was on the list. But honestly, I think she's going to turn out, like, don't get me wrong, I've drawn a Karen. She looks like a Karen here. But I actually think she's quite sweet-faced. The safety eyes do a lot to add like a lot of like cuteness. I spat. I don't want to hear about it. Current name list. Karen, Jynx, and Miss Muffet. And yes, Muck is her Tuffet. Yeah, a Japanese spirit, that's what I meant. I just couldn't remember the specifics of it, and I don't like to like ramble on if I'm gonna lead us into vague and shaky territory. There we go. Cynthia, is that like a Rugrats reference? She's gonna have, we're gonna do like front pieces for the face, so don't worry about that. I understand that I've given her a very interesting hairline there. She's got just a very sleek bob. So yeah, I'll do one more row where I'm adding like the zigzaggies because I can't let this go down too much further. And I want to try and keep everything proportionate. So we will do picot, single crochet, and we'll do that across 18 times, and then we'll do a picot at the end because that's the way we do things here. Ms. Muckleberry. 90s fringe, a little bit. It's definitely got like that like swoosh. There we go. Oh, I'm apparently slip stitching instead of single crocheting. Sometimes the hands make choices separate from the brain. Just like, don't look at me, I just work here. Yep, cool. That's giving me a good texture. We're just picoting our way around. It's going to take us a second because we're talking about 19 separate picots. Each with 3 chains, which means it's 54 chains. 18 slip stitches. Nope, 36 slip stitches. It's just a lot. It's a lot of stitches. Brunilda. Could call her Hildy. Mrs. Doubtfire for a name. Well, y'all can have it out in the chat. I just need 4 options by the end. There we go. I think I'm about halfway through these. Barely. Nearly. Okay, we've just crossed the 2-hour point. Really all that there is left to do is those arms. I might do noodles. Noodle arms. And then embroider fingers on. Maybe she can have like little French knot hands or something. It's my current thought process. I mean, after what I did to poor Rapidash, I'm kind of okay with phoning in something on someone like Jynx. If it moves the narrative along. Yes, we're going to be giving her bangs. Don't worry about that, Jay of all trades. Just going to have the separate hair pieces at the front. I just wanted to block out most of the hair in a single piece. And get the scalp coverage going. So that's why there's that like kind of curve at the front. I could have avoided that, but thought it was the correct choice at the time, and time will tell us if it is or not. If it's not, I can always fold it over before I sew it on and amend the instructions so that anybody following along from Patreon later doesn't have to worry about it. Done that a couple of times with a couple of things. Oh, hi Nibbledrake. Missed you. Oh, you sent me something about anglefish and I haven't looked at it yet. I intend to look at it. I'm sorry. I saw your message. Well, that's true. I probably owe anybody who isn't actually named Karen as a joke. As a joke, sorry, hang on. Let me rephrase all of that because about 4 different sentences came out in different fragments. What I mean to say is, I probably owe anybody who's actually named Karen here an apology because I've known way more sweet, wonderful Karens than I have nasty Karens. I climbed on board that meme then and forgot that people actually have it as a name. So yeah, okay, I'm dismissing that as a possibility. What's this? We are capable of personal growth. Of course we are. We all are. Yeah, let's weave that little end all the way in. She's got maybe one little split end. It's gonna be fine. Tucked away on the inside and no one will even know. It's like a sneaky undercut. It's such a specific little wig situation. There we go. And I'll anchor it down this. I honestly, if I brought it around just a little bit more, I probably could have just used this as the hair piece, but we're still going to do the fringe pieces. Again, we will be stitching the red onto the cups there. So let's just do the 2 little, and it needs to be, I'm just using this for the actual dimensions here. There we are. So that's the guide for the hairpiece I need to make. And now I can literally just stitch it to fit that. Like, don't get me wrong, there are Karens that I've been actively afraid of. But that's just because they're very strong people. Hi Ace of Spades, it's been a while! I do have 2 whole channels. Look at us go. I've got 2 channels. The pattern store, the merch store, the Patreon, the Instagram, the Discord. Just look at all the things. We don't TikTok. Some of you found me on TikTok recently, and I was like, no, I don't really TikTok. It's there. I had one of the rainbow frog things blow up once upon a time. At some point I might start doing shorts again, but we'll see. It's kind of just another thing that just requires another chunk of time. Okay, so we're doing a tiny little strip. I have to do it short, like from the short end down, so that the rows line up properly. Mr. Bones trying to creep around like I can't hear him getting snacks. Why are we shipping Jynx with muck? Because Jynx... Someone was saying that the more they looked at Jynx, the more it looked like muck in a dress. And we were like, okay, cool. So she's a dainty lady muck, all dressed up. And it kind of stuck. Been crocheting till your fingers fall off over the last few weeks, and then you also designed your first pattern. Oh, that's exciting! I hope it's something cool. Of course it's something cool. Hey, no, Mr. Mime didn't get cheated on, because, like, we were going to set them up on a blind date and see if they liked one another. But she met Muck first, right? Like, that's perfectly fine. That's just the way life goes. I think that's 4 rows. I think we do 1 more, and then we'll do picot, single crochet, times 2, and finish with a picot. Well, they could also just be a happy little polycule. I think we've decided that for a number of them at this point. Okay, are Mr. Mime and Jynx like gender-locked Pokemon? Like they can only be one, like Mr. Mime can only be male? I don't think there's any differences if they are both male or female. It's just the notion of a female Mr. Mime is just not something I've ever really thought about. Now I'm thinking about it. Oh, hey, good morning, Coletti Spaghetti. Wow, you are perky today. Okay, we're gonna not make fun of Jynx for her hair, because people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, and y'all, after a whole year of relatively decent hair days, I cannot keep my hair down today. There is a reason that it is just back in a ponytail. It is up. Look at how many opinions this hair has. It is just very excited to meet all of you. So let's just take it easy on Jynx's hair, because I feel like I cannot reasonably make any kind of fun of it right now. 50-50 split. Okay, so there are female Mr. Mimes. Okay. She's got the luscious locks, indeed. Your eyes are still blurry. Okay, and we got one little bang. Okay, I get that the sprite's hair comes down all the way down, but we're doing a very, like, shrunken scale here. So we're just working with it. I do remember Mime Jr., because Mime Jr. is one of, like, the easiest Pokemon to find shinies of in, I think it was X? I think it was X. So I ended up with a whole bunch of shiny Mime Juniors, and then I tell you that nobody wants shiny Mime Juniors. You can take my word for that. After I think I found 3, and then I was just like, I'm going to just shiny hunt somewhere else. I was looking for a shiny, I think it was Boulder? I wanted the shiny pencil sharpener. Oh, yeah. You remember changing the name of Mr. Mime in the game to Mr. Mime when you saw it was female? That's fair. It's just like, it's weird to me to like design something so clearly like gender coded, but it's probably, yeah. And then just like have it, when like, particularly as like some Pokemon are gender locked. Or just don't have one, which is also fine. Tell you what, it's made the Chaos and Crisis run super interesting trying to keep track of what pronouns to use, but half the time their pronouns just fall off. If Mr. Mime can be female but Jynx is only female, would that make her like a calico cat? Potentially. It could make her like a calico cat. And then that's another just really weird thing to do. Just like, what a weird choice to make one of them 50-50 and one of them 100%. Like, that's just weird choices. Mime Juniors hatch. Do they cry or are they born knowing how to mime? I don't want to think about it. I hate them. I think they're creepy little designs, but they're not as bad as Smoochums. Smoochums are another little like creepy little thing. One of those runs up to you in a dark alley, you punt it. Jemima. That's a good name for a Mr. Mime, honestly. Call it Jemima. Jemima always reminds me of Jemima Puddle Duck from Beatrix Potter. Yeah, Smoochum. Not looking forward to reaching that. There's one gen where they just introduced I almost used the phrase butt ton of babies, but that feels really inappropriate, but I guess I've said it now. A whole lot of baby Pokemon. There's one gen that like focused pretty much solely on the Pokemon. Like, nobody asked for this. Nobody wants Smoochum and Tyrogue, and I think it's Tyrogue, and Mime Jr. and nobody want, even Cleffa and Pichu. Don't get me wrong, they're cute. I understand that they got them for the merchandising opportunities. At least those ones are cute. But nobody asked for this. Munchlax, that's another one. Elekid, Magby, nobody asked for these. Nobody wanted them. Gen 2 and 4 got a pile of babies. Yeah, I'm probably listing babies from both gens there. It's just like, no, stop that. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wants this. Make it stop. Thank you and goodbye. Sorry, that's not to say that you're wrong if you enjoy the baby Pokemon. It's just, they were always just kind of annoying for me. You love Munchlax? You are absolutely allowed. Like, there's no shame in loving them. It's just, they annoyed me. They annoyed me at the time. They made filling out the Pokédex annoying. You got 3 Wynaut and at least one other, you think? Yeah. Elekid is cute even if we don't want him. They are. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I fired shots at some of your favorites, and I want you to know that I feel bad about that. Igglybuff. I forgot about Igglybuff in my rant. Thank you for correcting me. I knew there was another little pink marshmallow one. You asked for Magby? That's fair. Honestly, of all the babies I just listed there, Elekid and Magby are probably my favorites. And then I can, like I said, I can understand Pichu, Cleffa, and Igglybuff just from a merchandising standpoint. Like, those little guys are cute. They are. But is anybody here willing to stand by Mr. Mime and Smoochum? And, yeah. I think, like, the fighting baby, is that Tyrogue? The reason I have something against Tyrogue is actually nothing to do with him being a baby Pokemon. It's because it made Hitmontop a thing. And Hitmontop is super hard to evolve if you're trying to, like, get all of the Pokemon in the Pokédex, because you need to have him perfectly balanced. If his attack stat is higher, then he turns into one thing. If his defense stat is higher, he turns into the other, as in, like, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. I think it's that. It's 2 of the stats anyway. But if you get them perfectly balanced at the point of evolution, he turns into Hitmontop. It's the only way to get Hitmontop. It's annoying. Riolu is also a baby. Yeah, but Riolu's cool enough that it doesn't get labelled. It doesn't get, like, saddled with the baby term, I think. Like, I think some of them are done well. I just think that some of them are so unnecessary. Yeah. She bangs. You'll stand by Mime Jr. and Smoochum? Okay, Ace, they can be all yours. Yeah, him on top though. Him on top is rage inducing. Alright, folks, thank you for helping guide us regarding the names. We appreciate it. You always loved Togepi? Yeah, see, Togepi doesn't count as a baby to me because Togepi is the Pokemon, you know? I get that technically it's a baby form. You protect your psychic babies. That's like I said, that's fine. They can be all yours. Yeah, Togepi is special. Togepi doesn't count. Anything that was... You know what it is? The ones that annoy me are the ones that were like retroactively introduced, I think. Whereas like the ones that were like designed that way, like Togepi and no, that's not true because Elekid and Magby don't bother me. Should we do a ship poll? See what the end date is? Oh, right. We're caught in a bit of a love triangle here. She's more size appropriate for Mark. Can I just say that? It's a little bit creepy seeing her with Humpty. But it does look like they're like rushing in to like grab her. Rah! Maybe she's a strong independent Pokemon and doesn't want either of them. Yeah, and I think narratively I have an issue with the babies because... Sorry, I'm not over this subject yet, apparently. In the show, admittedly I couldn't watch a lot of it growing up, but Pokemon choose whether or not they evolve, and I feel like having a baby form kind of throws that choice away a little bit. Because there are none of the baby form running around, which means they're not getting a choice to grow up. Alright, hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. What do I think of Bonsley? I think Bonsley's adorable. He's just this cute little tree. I understand that he's also a baby form of Sudowoodo. That one doesn't bother me either. It's just like, I don't know what it is about why some of them just rub me the wrong way. But some of them definitely do. And like I was started this rant thinking it was all of them, but the more examples you guys provide, the more I realize, no, it's not all of them. It's quite specifically the Peoplemon. Just like Mime Jr., because he's a creepy little clown, and Smoochum, because what even is that? We gotta make a tiny little noodle arm. I love my little eyeball spider. I just think it's so cute. Sorry guys, I'm just writing some stuff down. Does the blonde hair fit Geodude? Well, I think we know we're gonna find that out. Where are you? Indiana Stones. Excuse me, miss. I just need to like borrow your wig. Wig snatched. Okay, so the short answer is yes, it does. It does fit. The wig very much fits Geodude. I wish I had Doug Trio around, because we could have... Oh, sitting on a ball, nearly rolled away. He's never felt prettier. Yeah, if I could put the blonde wig on Doug Trio, then we'd have the... Is it a Alolan? The Alolan Doug Trio. The region variants, I always forget which one's which. The one with the silly hair. We'll try the hair on Muckleberry in a second. Geodude's not quite done with it yet. In fact, Mr. Mime is bald and would probably really like the hair. But I think he wants to eat the hair on his cereal or something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. And now we're just going to do 4s. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Yeah, I thought they were antlers. I was calling them antlers back when I made them, but I think they are designed to look like clown hair. This is solidarity. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Indiana Stones. Please relinquish the wig. For the record, I make a lot of these to scale, so this wig fits on all of them. What have you done? What have you done? It fits them so well. Okay, that's your wig while I finish this arm. Is that enough arm? I think that's enough arm. I've cheated. I've gone with little noodles. I hope you all forgive me. I try not to do that too often, like we normally do. The fingers if they've got fingers. We do pectoral muscles if they've got pectoral muscles. Like, we do the things. We do not phone them in. Kind of phoning these arms in a little bit. We just need one more of those and we're done. White-tailed robins? Maybe. I'm a fan of the red-breasted robins. That's what we get over here. Also, I'm a big fan of the little blue wrens. In fact, Australia has some really beautiful birds. I like the wattlebirds, blue wrens, a lot of the parrots and stuff everyone knows about, but like, we have like little silver eyes and the fairy wrens and stuff. They're just very sweet little pom-poms. 1, 2, 3. Willy wagtails have wonderful little eyebrows, and they've just got the boogie woogie flu. They got the rhythm in them. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Marowak. And that is the only Cubone has a dead mother joke that I will tolerate in this area. Okay? Blue fairy wrens are your favorite? Yeah, they're just like these just like sweet little souls bopping around. The boys are the bright blue ones, and then you've got the jennies, who are grey with like soft dusty blue tails, and it's just like they are very sweet. So I used to think it was trees that I was missing living in the city, but I think it's actually the birds. These days we sometimes hear a flock of either red-tailed or white-tailed black cockatoos fly over. And like I always try to run outside and see if I can get a little glance at them. Oh, cool. Well, if we make one, we'll have to name it Jester. Okay. Who else did we want to try the wig on just before we finish off this arm? I don't think it really fits muck. Kind of just looks like a cape. And we are strictly a no capes type of channel. It's just Pidgey. He's out of bed late and wrapped up in his little doona. Caterpickle, caterpickle. Fair, 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 fair. That's fair. Thank you, Pidgey. I'm getting a an All Might vibe from the hair on Caterpickle, so we're just gonna style it accordingly. It's better not be stretching that hair out because I'm gonna be a bit miffed with myself if I've ruined it. Okay, and one last little noodle arm and we're good. Oh, we should probably do the name vote. Now that I'm thinking about it. I'll wait until Mr. Bones gets that name list sorted for me, but I'll get that all set up here. I know Miss Muffet was one of them and I liked that name, so I'll pop that in there. There we go.
It was just Miss Muffet and Hijinks.
Okay. That's good.
Not a lot of names, but like that's okay.
There we go. Those are your two options. I assume there was a whole lot of negotiation between A and B, but I'm happy with either of those. Okay, and you have until I finish this little arm to make your decision. 6, 7, 8. Oh, sorry guys. I thought it started the poll. I'm so sorry. There you go. It's up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't panic. The vote should now be available for you to pick. The drawing under my right hand. Oh, that's Mr. Bones. Not Mr. Bones. It's Mr. Mime. It's Mr. Mime in a spider costume because she's Miss Muffet. And oh, guys, there's going to be Mr. Bones made a sculpture of a spider. The spider is about to be on screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He made this little spider out of a 20mm safety eye and 2 9mm safety eyes. And it's like there's a whole thing going on here. Just a little daddy long legs. I love the spider. The spider is staying with me. Spider is no longer on the screen. But that's just to explain why I've drawn Mr. Mime in a spider costume. Scaring little Miss Jynx. Yeah, decided to not include Karen. Forgot that Karens are real people. It's like, if I'm going to nix my own name because I don't want to be associated with it, why would I do that to a Karen? Okay. Okay. We got a second little noodle arm. Okay, Caterpickle, we are going to take those luscious locks back off here so that I can put her wig back on. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Okay, the wig got a little stretched. That was irresponsible crocheting behavior. Okay, and then we have these two little hair pieces. Like so. Alrighty, there is little Jynx. So a lot of this is going to come together in the stitching. We're going to embroider the red onto her chest pieces. I will embroider her mouth on as well. They won't just stay as pins. But there she is. I think she's too small for Humpty because it looks a little creepy. But I think she's actually very appropriately sized for Muck, and I think Muck is utterly enamored. Oh, the things I have to show you, mon ami. Yeah, anyway, let's close this poll. It looks like Miss Muffet was the winner. Love that. So, that is Miss Muffet, the Jynx. We never have to talk about Jynx ever again if we don't want to. For some reason, Muck is now French. I actually just love this. This is just really cute together. Look how happy he is. Come this way, my dear. Okay, Humpty, you can now go over there. And Jynx can stay in the corner. All right, guys, we need to pick who we're making next. You think Muck just wants her dress? Mr. Bones is out here doing his best. Can't tell that story on YouTube though. So let's bring back up the vote. Maybe? There we go. So today's theme for the people who missed it is, oh, it's you. We have made 103 Pokemon. We can update that number. So I'll get the poll started for you guys in a second. And then I'm gonna go straight on break. So it'll probably be a double. I need to stretch around a little bit. The ball is taking its toll on me today, but I'll make sure that you guys can see it on the screen before I go. Don't freak out if the music plays twice. We all know you love that song. So here we go. Let's start a poll. So your options are 1, 2, or 4. Have fun, and I will see you when I get back from break. So we'll do that, and we'll do that. Victory. haven't done Arcanine yet. We've done Growlithe. Arcanine hasn't been done. Sorry, we're waiting for Lechonk. You know, no piggy left behind. Hoping for the last legendary birdie, but we think it might be Hypno as well. We have not managed to do any of the Abraline left yet. It's just we're gonna have to do like themed Boring Colour Brigade weeks, I think. It's the only way I can see this eventually getting through some of the boring colours. You're allowed to pick your favourite colour though. Yellow is a perfectly good favourite colour, and that's quite a nice shade of yellow. Sorry, my face will be back on screen in a minute. I'm just talking to you guys in the meantime. We do. We have more than enough for a purple week. I'm waiting for the chunk. Thank you, I am a good girl. Let's see. I'm just going to reset my screen here while you guys can't see it. That's fine, that works for me. Based on that choice, we're going to need a lot of the same colours again. But that's neither here nor there. Hey! Yay, Lechonk! Guys, I want you to like the video for Lechonk. He's worked really hard to get back to you. Have you any idea how little those legs are? And he had to do a full lap. Oh, dang. It's not restarting. Don't worry. I'm back. I just had to remember to turn the audio back up so that I didn't forget later. Lechonk! He's such a good little pig. Oh, we probably don't need the second screen anymore. Alrighty, so let's close off that vote, but you guys have... It was a little bit close to start with, but then I think you kind of like decided and... Hey guys, wait for me! Yeah, basically. So, we had 121 votes cast. Thank you to everybody who voted. In first place was Door 1 with 36% of the votes. Then in second place was Door 2 with 32% of the vote. And then third, Door 4 with 31% of the votes. It's almost 2 o'clock, so we will not be getting through a third door today, but we're still going to do the reveal at the end. Sorry, it's the structure of things, and you know what, I'm not sorry. I like it that way. Let's open door number 1 and see who you guys have picked. I saw a couple of theories. I saw more guesses about what was behind door number 2 than behind door number 1. I think you guys decided really early on who was behind door number 1. And what's kind of sad about this is we have definitely already named this fellow. We are making Magmar. We named him very early on. Because the name, I heard it and it was just perfect. It's Magmar, and his name is the Firequacker. And there is no conversation to be had here. That is his name. I've had that name in my spreadsheet since basically the second Pokemon we made in this series. It's Firequacker! We could have orange, yellow, purple, grey, and tan weeks. Yay, it's Firequacker! Orange is your favourite colour. You hope it doesn't ruin it for you. I hope it doesn't ruin it for you too. I always thought of Magmar as red, but the more I look at him, the more orange he does appear. So we are going to need... Oh, let me just turn that off. So yeah, we're making Magmar. We're going to minimise that. And we're going to bring up a sprite. Not that sprite. A different sprite. That's the count though. We don't want to do that. We want to do this. There he is. The fire duck. I love that you're all shouting Firequacker. Unfortunately, because of the timing of the stream, I don't know how many of you shouted Firequacker before I said Firequacker, or if you're just excited because I've said Firequacker. Yeah, it's the butt duck. So we've got some very bright yellow. That is the sunshiniest, brightest yellow that I have. Not the pale lemon sorbet. Nope, none of this. That's weak sauce. That's not for Firequacker. He needs black because his little arms and legs have like metallic. Because he's a cannon. I think that's canonical. He's a canonical cannon. And I thought he was red, but I think he's orange. So let me just find my orange, which should be in this basket, but for some reason is not. Love that for me. Come here. I was literally just using... There it is. I was just using it. I knew it had to be in here somewhere. Orange. It looks very red. It's not. It's orange. It's the orangiest orange ever. CK, what is that monstrosity? What monstrosity? What are you reacting to, Darcy? I'm feeling very, very vulnerable in this moment. Yeah, it's time for the bright orange. The colours on this just don't work very well. Should I turn the page? Do you guys not want to look at this? I feel like I should turn the page. I could technically draw Magmar up here instead. I feel like I should save the paper. Yeah, Magmortar is the canon, but like... He does have very fancy ruffly sleeves, that is correct. In fact, he is one of the ones that we are at extreme risk of accidentally, like, mega-podding. So we just need to keep a real eye on that. I'm going to turn the page. I'm feeling... Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling very pressured by the expression on Jynx's face. So let's just... I've written Miss Muppet down, but I meant Miss Muffet. Let's just do that. Yeah. Okay, and now we try and draw. So he's got like a little round head, and then these like two massive eyebrows that are on fire in two different colours. Hooray for us. I'm burning through, the fire Pokemon recently. I know you're about to offer to brush. Oh, sorry. I bumped the mic. Mr. Bones is looking out for y'all.
I'm just making sure that the mic isn't touching the screens, because that's what makes the boom.
Oh, I didn't know there was a boom. Oh, I don't have a colour for the beak. He has a very fleshy beak. And a little bit of pink for inside the beak as well. What do we have that might work for that? I have like a very pale... It's not quite as pink as it looks though. A very pale orange. I'm trying to work out which light is... There we go. That could work for the fleshy beak. Actually, you know what? I like that with those other two colours, so that works. And we need white for finger and toenails, but I've already got that here. I can put the red away. Bye-bye. Bye, red. Oh, and the purple can go too. I don't know if he has the headbutt ability, honey. That is a very solid joke you just made, though. Does he have flames on the back of his head? Someone look for me. Because I'm seeing just like a little tiny spike on one side. Yeah, sorry, what I was saying is that I'm burning through, a lot of the fire Pokemon because I realized abruptly that I was putting them all off because they've all got like wisps of fire or horrible striping or they're just generally very complicated creatures. And so I've been putting them all off and I've just realized recently that I can't keep doing that. His body is egg. Egg. So he has... Look. In the interest of simplification, I might just go... might just attach the head directly to the body and I might skip the neck because I don't know if the neck is really adding much. He's got pom-pom shoulders, which is fine. He's got very frilly arms. And he's a member of the 5 Finger Club, which is really annoying. So many of Gen 1 they've made with 4 fingers and a thumb, so 5 fingers. Oh, night that random wolf, thanks for hanging out. I'm seeing a lot of picots in my future with those ruffly sleeves. But yeah, I'll just embroider the white fingernails on. They can just be little like French knots or something. But I'm seeing picots with 3 layers of ruffles on the sleeve. You've got big pantalones. Just like little leggings. And giant paddle feet, which is actually a good thing because that means that he's likely going to be able to stand up on his own. Yeah, it's another one of those ones that they've given 2 toenails to, but 4 fingers and a thumb on the hands. It's just like, it's just not how this works, Nintendo. Don't get me wrong. Don't let me tell you how to do your job, but like, it's not how any of this is supposed to work. A lot of color changes. Didn't anticipate that when I included this one in the votes. Because he's also got like this zigzaggy body. Oh my, there is so many ways to approach this. Well, officially the theme today was Pokemon I've been avoiding. So, technically we're still very much on theme. It's just the, oh, it's you, was Mr. Bones waxing lyrical, and it fit well enough. It was a fancier way of saying the same thing. I do like me a fancy turn of phrase. This is good. This is just another one that we can get done and then just never have to think about again. That's not true. I actually like the line of Magby, Magmar, and Magmortar. I actually think that's really cool. It's kind of like, but that's a newfound appreciation. I found that when I discovered how much I liked Rhyperia, which is something that happened because I realized how much I enjoyed making Rhyperia, and that helped me to appreciate that evolutionary line a little bit more. So sometimes making them just gives me a little bit of an appreciation for the shaping and just like the overall design to them. Is that fire two-toned as well? Yeah. Orange to yellow, orange to yellow, orange, yellow. It's yellow and orange at the tip. Okay. Oh, night Roxanne, thanks for hanging out. Oh, he doesn't learn headbutt. Does he learn duck? Oh, thanks Makona Barb. Cheerleader duck. Pom-poms, yeah. I think are they flamenco sleeves? I'm not going to stop until you guys laugh. Bye everybody who's peeling off at this point. Thank you for your ongoing support through Jynx. I really appreciate it. I understand we're moving into a slightly more, like, just a different story, a different plot point at this point. So, yeah, feel free to peel off as, caught it, as you need to. He's not spotty. I'm just using stippling to indicate what color things should be so I don't get confused. Thank you for laughing. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was a good joke. It deserved your attention. That's yellow. This is orange. And this is orange. Okay. Okay, we've got some color markings worked out there, so now we just need to break him down into shapes. So, still a little confused as to what the back of the head looks like. I should probably just look up a reference image, shouldn't I? Oh, he has spikes! Of course he has spikes. Of course. Of course he has spikes. Because why would he? I can see them in the sprite now that y'all have pointed them out. That's so annoying. Why would he have spikes? This makes no sense. Oh, I'm actually infuriated. This is so... Honey, they gave him spikes.
Yep, they gave him spikes. All up here is 14.
What?
His hands.
Oh. I fell straight into that one, didn't I?
His arm bits there look like scales, and I was thinking, you remember the echidna you did? For the tiny little creatures 2 years ago. It was number 8 in the thing.
Yes, I know the echidna of which you speak.
What if you did the sleeves like his spikes? Remember he did the spikes on his back? As the little triangle bits?
Oh, that was just spike stitching.
Yeah, that. For the arms.
It's not very three-dimensional, though. Spikes. He has spikes. All down his back. He has 4 spikes down his back, 1 on the back of his head. But that's okay. That doesn't change the head shape, at least. I'm miffed. I'm actually really miffed. So, you know what? His design is what happens when you put everything into a bag and you shake it up aggressively. So he has, I'd say it's almost like a square head. And we'll insert eyes into the head. I'm going to use safety eyes because I think it's going to be funny. If I'm honest, that's my reasoning. No surprise toe beans? Okay, well that's something. He has a duck bill, which is just a really interesting shape to make. I have kind of a loose plan on how I'm going to approach it, but with only like 2 hours left in this stream, we got to get a move on. About 2 hours. That's not me saying it's a hard out. I'm just, we got to keep moving. So there's that. He has eyebrows, which are just 2 big fire tufts that are orange at the base and yellow at the top. Okay. He has 4 triangle spines down his back for some unknown reason. Did I make Jynx? I did indeed. Yeah, he's got the razzle dazzle in my picture. He's like, ta-da! So that's the head pieces. Then for the body, we can basically just make egg. The fire markings on it are kind of a little bit tricky. We could do them as color changes, or I could do it as an overlay piece. I will have to make that decision at some point, because it's definitely like, let's see, it's got 2 flares at the front and 2 flares at the back. So that's important to know. Just do a little side view here. It's got like new, new, and then new and new. It's the little things. It's the little things that make the big difference. So, and then the arms are a big round yellow ball, and then like a thicker orange tube with at least 3 layers of, I think I'm going to do picots for them, which will just give them that little slight ruffly texture. And that has to end with, it'll just be a paddle hand. And then as mentioned, we'll French knot on the fingers. Yes, the eyebrows are a butt. Loot, the black that's on his neck and ankles is the metal, because he's technically a cannon. Okay, so it also looks like this tail could potentially be built into this body piece if we were so inclined. And it needs its own little color marking at the end. So that's just something for us all to keep in mind. I don't know if I'm going to put that black around his neck. We'll see. It depends on the scale, because like it's one of those things that could just easily come out as a massive distraction and we could just embroider it on afterwards. Pyro platypus lizard with floor sleeves. Yeah. And spines down his back. Don't forget the dinosaur spines. He has 4 of them, apparently. 1 on the back of his head. So... And for legs, got chunky little thigh. A little bit of black metal stuff, and then big flipper foot. It's good. I approve of the legs. It's a good solid leg. Might make it in 2 different pieces, so like piece 1 and then piece 2, but I'll see how I feel when we make it. And then he needs another eyebrow on his tail, because like it's basically the exact same piece. Orange at the base, yellow at the tip. So we'll make 3 eyebrows. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, all right, okay. Spider hat for Caterpie. Turn the page for the firecracker. Magmar. Just move that back across so I have a little bit of room to move. Make sure I didn't bump the mic into the monitor. Okay, where do we start with this thing? So I always kind of thought like Electabuzz, Magmar, and Pinsir were kind of all like buddies, you know? Like they kind of, and Scyther as well kind of forms the group. Sorry, I'm having a hard time picking where to start. I'm going to put the white away for now because it's literally just going to be used as final details. Well, I guess he needs toenails, but still just final details. We'll put it away. It's gone. Out of sight, out of mind. Do we start by making the head? Is the head square, or am I just a little bit loony? We're going to start at the top of the head, and I'm going to work it down, and then I'm going to work out if I want to go straight into the egg of the body. We're not going to start at the egg. We're going to start at the head, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. We're going to start by making a squarish shape as well, which is kind of fun. So we'll do a magic ring of 6 still, and then we'll emphasize 4 distinctive corners, because we can. We have the power, which will take us straight from 6 up to 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, up to 14. And then we'll just see how we feel about it. So I'm going to make the base in... This is orange. I understand it looks very red on this camera. I might fiddle with the color settings for just 1 second, see if I can't get a slightly more accurate read on this color for you. Please hold. There's my white balance. Okay. Just turns the whole thing yellow. Okay. We're not going to play around with that then. Nope. Okay. It is, we just get what we get. We're not naming him Beavis. His name is Firecracker. That's the orange. There. Do 6 stitches around. And we'll work up some corners. I don't know yet how big this will be. It's always a fun place to start with these projects. It's like, how much punishment do I really want to take? Can you Mr. Bones crackling around out there? You would have named him Firecracker McHotpants. Oh, that's just you? Nah. This is one of those things where like some names just got like locked in so early. Like Tunicorn. Admittedly that happened in the same video. Which is like, that's the name. The name is Tunicorn. That's Goldine for anyone who's wondering. Magikarp was Goldie Flops. And this fellow is Firecracker, which is just the perfect name for a Magmar. Crochet and an increase. And then I'm bringing us up to 18 stitches. And the difference about doing it this way, it's going to encourage it to be square, even though it's still getting us to 18 stitches over 3 rows, and that's just because we've clustered our increases. Little things make big differences sometimes. I'm just going to close that. I don't need to see it. You think they were looking for a cool silhouette? I genuinely just think that they took a bunch of things that they thought looked really good on other Pokemon and dressed him up in it. Like, he's got, let's see, he's definitely Charizard's tail. And hey, kids like flames. Let's put some flames on his chest. He has the hand claws of a couple of them. You'd be surprised how many of them have these hands with the 4 fingers and a thumb in white. Like, they're the same hands that Snorlax has, believe it or not. Like, let's just make a really cool fire duck. Or maybe he's a what the duck. He looks like he's directing traffic. He looks like he's out there living his best life, okay? I'm going to try and bring an element of that to our friend today. I'm not using a safety pin. Safety stitch marker. Bobby pin. The equivalent of a midlife crisis. No! I haven't been counting properly. This is going to cause us problems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Alright. The number's right. It's probably going to be fine. This is the head. This head is huge. I already have regrets, but okay. That's the head. And the body we're going to there. Big eyebrows. No, we might be okay. I think this might be alright. 18 around is not... It's not a deal breaker. It's fine, right? You'd love to see him on a surfboard? That's a high risk maneuver for a fire type Pokemon. A lot of the Pokédex entries are about it being found in the mouth of volcanoes. Yeah. They kind of just like crystallized into this shape. Honestly, I didn't point it out earlier, but this is now something you could go and look up if you wanted to on the Jynx sprite. But the configuration of the design of the front of her dress is a lot worse than just having a butt for eyebrows. Maybe it's just me. But I was very well behaved and did not point it out earlier. And I would appreciate if you didn't point it out in my chat either. If you want to talk about it, go talk about it on Discord. Firecracker needs a whistle and a road closure. Yeah, loot, not just us. It's like definitely there. But Magmar is not ostracized. Magmar is a member of Team Beloved. So we look after him. We're going to do our very best to make him look as cool as possible. Which is going to be a bit of a stretch to do in what we have left today, but we're going to do our very best. No, you can't unsee it. Like I said, we're not talking about that here. I'm just pointing out that it's a thing. And I'm gonna have a tic tac. I'm gonna have a tic tac. I like the sound they make. And I'll be back after my tic tac. Well, Tanman Glyn Health-Arch, I appreciate your restraints. I had to draw it and not even make the tiniest little giggle. So I think we're even. I think one more row maybe? No? No, he has a tiny little flat head. Got a nice flat head, flathead. I'm sorry for eating a Tic Tac. I know that the mic has to be picking that up. It has to sound awful. The theme today is Pokemon I've been avoiding, officially. But they're kind of the, oh, it's you, Pokemon. Yes, we are ripping the Band-Aid, exactly. It's almost a panic thing, because like, with so few Pokemon to go, it was becoming more and more likely that we were going to end up with the final episode where we've put off Jynx for so long that she's all that we have left to make. And can you imagine if the final Pokemon had been Jynx? Or, you know, like we have to do a little bit of succession planning, kind of. Lost sight of which side's my front here. But I think it's over here. Those eyes are very close together. Maybe too close? Maybe too close together? Okay, that's pretty good. We're actually going to pause and we're going to make a beak, I think, before I continue on with that piece. This is going to be one of those Pokemon that we make in a bunch of different things. Next week's theme. Oh, you're still here? No, I've thought about doing that before with having themes wrap around weeks, but I'm someone who, I like closure. Not getting closure makes my brain all itchy. And so one of the long-running things of this stream is that even if we would love to continue on a theme that we've started one week, because often there's a lot of good punchlines that get missed. No, we believe in closure here. At the end of every stream, we will reveal all answers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So, well, this little magic ring is 6 here. And that should make a good beak foundation. It's about the right size. Noot, noot. Yeah, so we'll start with that. And I need to do a little planning here. So we've got some paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'll do a row of 6 single crochet around just to give us a little noot. And then do some different stitch heights around. Slip stitch and slip stitch, and those ones just might be like that. I'm going to try that configuration. That's just my initial thoughts. That makes sense to you guys too, right? Yeah, of course it does. They need to be front loop only so that I can sew on using the back loops. Oh, night Heather, thanks for hanging out. Thank you to everybody who's hanging out. I appreciate all of yous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, that gives us a little bit. Now we just need to encourage a little more. And we'll do that with a double, 2 DC in 1, a double and a slip stitch. We'll just see how we feel about that, because I'm not sure if it's going to work properly, but we'll find out. Find out real quick. I hear mischief noises. So one of you has activated Mr. Bones' urge to make something. And we're all going to find out what's going on out there at some point. Which one am I still dreading to do someday? So many. Oh, so many. Like Arcanine I'm not looking forward to. I kind of wish this was in the other way. Hello. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. But is it ducky enough? They should have been back loops only so that the front loops are free. Two, three. Maybe next week's theme could just be easy Pokemon because Magmar seems like he might be a bit of a process. That's true. Look, honestly, we could, with the easy ones that are left, we could probably knock them all out in 1 week. However, I've kind of been like trying to cling to a couple of them, if I'm honest, because life happens sometimes and we might be having a really rough week 1 week and maybe we're going to really need things like Ghastly and Kabuto there in order to be able to have a stream at all. And so like they are kind of my safety net. I don't want to like knock them all out as part of a theme unless I really badly need the break. Am I ducky enough for the Ducky Club? But there are other ways to take breaks. There are. Like, if this one here is a bit of a process, then next week maybe we pick one and we just make one. And I keep the wheel all the way out of it so that he doesn't... Okay, he's screaming at us. Wah! But that could work. That could work. I don't know. Do I like this? Turn it back in the other way. We could easily just get away with doing this little lump. I don't think anyone would bat an eyelid at it if I did. Maybe we do. Maybe I stop trying to get fancy with it. Maybe I treat myself like somebody I care about. And we just do something nice and simple. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of Mr. Bones mischief out there. He starts to feel very pressured when I mention it on stream though, so... Good. We'll just do that. That's fine. That works really nicely. Don't need to get fancy with it, and other people will be able to replicate it without me having to include walls of text about flipping things in the right way. That will go there. Or you could have it open mouthed and do it around the other way, but that's good to know. We have beak. Beak! Now I need to close off the underside of this head, and to do so we need to mirror the way we increased it to keep things nice and even. decrease and then a single crochet, which will bring us back down to 14, which is a good number. We like the number 14. Well, it's fine. I mean, I'm not particularly attached to the number 14. I just think it's an adequate number. Oh, I forgot to rotate it though. We've had drift. We've done more. That's basically, I get 1 stitch of drift per 3 rows, and so I have to remember to rotate things sometimes. And I forgot. So let's remove that, and let's do that. We decrease. Those eyes might be moving. We'll see. 1, 2, 3. Decrease. 1 and 2. Decrease. Or duck crease. 1, 2, 3. Duck crease. 1 and 2. I was saving that for when I was making the actual tail. It's your birthday in 30 minutes. Happy birthday, pumpkin. Pumpkin plushness. It's excellent. Excellent. We like birthdays here. Congratulations on leveling up. Moved the eyes up. Beak still goes there. He's such a little knobby fellow. 1, 2, 3, 4 eyes go into row 4. 2 stitch between. How did Jynx turn out? She's doing her best. She's missing some embroidery details right now, but we do those with the sewing off camera between episodes. By we, I mean me. I do that. Yeah, so am I finishing off the head or am I going straight into the body is the real question here. Either way, we're going to snap the backs of our eyes on and we're just going to accept that the die hath been cast. So let's grab some backs. Oh, bent my nail back again. That only hurts a lot. There we go. I don't like these longer stemmed ones. I done give myself a boo-boo. Where'd the other back go? I know I grabbed 2 backs. Did they go flying off when I hurt myself? I mean, I can see another one over here, but it's definitely not the same one that I grabbed before. Will I be brushing out the yarns for the flame gradient? I don't know. I don't think so. That's not my current plan. I know you would like to brush, but my plan is not to brush this one.
No, I'm just looking handsome to distract you from the pain.
Yeah, it's effective. Hey, I found the other back. It was,
I helped with that too.
It was inside the head the whole time. It was the last thing on his mind.
The real backs were the brains we made along the way.
The real backs was the brains we made along the way. There we go. There we go. Think I'm going to narrow this back off down to 6 stitches, but I still might continue on into the neck. I don't know yet. I should make a decision, but decisions are hard, and I don't feel like it. So we're just going to see what happens. The moment when you realise that no one's steering the ship, we're all just kind of drifting in this general direction and making the best of the situation. There you go. It's worth noting from looking at animations, it looks like the red of the brow is stationary while the yellow is the fire part. So if you brush the red, ought to be left alone. Yeah. Yeah, I think the red is flesh. And the fire is yellow except for the orange at the tail. So I concur with that assessment, but also we can avoid the whole thing just by avoiding it. We can avoid that whole thing just by avoiding it. There's your little beak. Where's my tortie? Where is my tortie? There's my tortie. Tortie, what are you doing? Now he's a spicy firecracker. We must remember not to squeeze. Okay, so do I do like a little row of I still think if I do neck, I think I'm going to stitch it on. I don't think I'm going to like stitch it in, if that makes sense, because I think that stitching it in will make it too big and too prominent, and we don't really want that. It just needs like that little dash of black in there. So I think I'm going to stay in my orange and move into the egg shape now, and then just like literally do like a row of stitches in there as like an additional like detail that goes on over the top. So I'm happy with that conclusion. Talked myself into that. Very convincing. We're just going to do a 6 single crochet row instead in our orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that row I will like stitch the little black collar around. Snoot. So yeah, now we flare out into egg. Now his egg is wider than his head, and his head is 18 around at the widest point, so I'd say this egg goes up to 24. So like this bit here gets up to 24, I'd say. What else do we know about eggs? We know that they increase by 3 increases, not by 6. And we're currently at 6 stitches around, so it'd be 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. That's a lot of rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows to get to there. Now if we do 6 rows, that's 3, so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's about right, actually. So that means that we can do 3 increases every single row to get us down to the bottom. The problem is that we need to have these 4 flame details up the sides, and they do have to be 4 of them. I don't want to embroider that much, but we could still sew them on. Am I doing... Yeah, Tanman, that's literally what I'm trying to work out right now. Am I doing the yellow of the body as sew-on pieces or as color changes? So like these numbers tell me how to make the shape that we're making, and then it's just a matter of like, if we were doing 6 increases around instead of 3, I would just line the color changes up with those increases and grow them as triangles. We could still try it. It's going to take a little bit of fiddling. In any case, we can do the first couple of rows first. So we'll do 3 repeats of a single crochet and an increase. 3 repeats of... We do want to stagger it, so single crochet, increase, single crochet. And we'll stop and assess again there. Just throwing things everywhere today. Up from 6 up to this will get us to 9. and then up again to 12. Okay, that should leave plenty of room for poofed sleeves, even if he does look very pencil neck at the moment. Hello. I think we go up at least 2 more levels. So 3 single crochet and an increase to get us up to 15, and 3, 2 increase, and then 2 to get us up to 18, which should bring us to the width of the head. Now it's a different shape than the head because we made the head square and the body is round because it's egg. Can't forget the egg. I think at that point we'll be ready to like start looking seriously into exactly how we're going to make these color markings on this body. Honestly, it's just kind of a relief to have a use for this orange. I always think of Magmar as being red, but I do think this orange is the right colour for it. Finally got your dragon and anglerfish done this morning. Oh, so glad that you liked them. It was good. It's nice to stretch the old pattern skills again. And one more. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope, counting only helps if it's actually attached to the physical thing that's taking place. You can't just say numbers while doing things and expect that to be counting. There we go. Spike stitches for the markings? Maybe. Maybe. There are options for that, but the spacing is still important. Now he's looking very like narrow shouldered, but keep in mind that he has those giant arm pieces that will bulk out the top part of this a little bit more. I do think we are at where we need to decide if we're going to start putting those fire markings in or not. So let's just do a little grid sketch. So we're at 18 already. We're only going up to 24, which only means we have only like 2 more rows of doing any kind of increasing. And this one here will be 21. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then I don't want to talk about that at all. And then in the next row, we'll be getting up to 24. I actually need to write this down a little bit. So it's 5 and an increase. Sorry, I hope that what's happening on screen is interesting because it's taking up a little bit more mental power than normal. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that becomes 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that becomes 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that becomes 2. 1, 2. Huh? Can I just not count? Oh, I do. I went straight to 21, which is the end of that row. I'm a little bit of a dingus. Sorry about shaking everything. Hope you all survived. It's actually 1, 2, 3, and then an increase, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and an increase, 6, increase, and then 1, 2, 3. Cool. And then the rest of them are just like this, the whole way down. But really all this is to say is that I'm trying to work out how to evenly place 4 things when I have 21 stitches to work with, and 3 of them are increases. So there's just not a lot of even going around at this particular party. That grid is kind of a waste of time. I apologize for wasting yours. Just watch my thoughts try to happen. So we need a point and a point and a point and a point, right? Right. And our starting point is currently pretty central in the back. And it's 21 around. We lose 4 to that. We know we have 5 and then an increase. And then an increase. And then the increase is at the end of the row. So those are evenly spaced. We might just have to do this as we go. I just don't think this is something that my brain can handle working out on the fly. I think we just have to do it as we do it and write it down. It's a legitimate technique. It's just I'm so used to being able to write stuff down before I try it. It gets tricky. So I think the second last stitch should be yellow and that one should be yellow. I think those are our 2 points with 3 stitches in between. I think that works. So it's 2 single crochet, yellow, single crochet, and then back to orange. Spike stitches for marking, maybe. He looks adorably small right now. Yeah, I'm trying to aim for like really a little duck boy. So I'm glad that you appreciate the little duck boy nature of him. Yeah, 2 single crochet and then an increase. So yeah, we'll start that by doing that. We've got a very bright yellow. Very bright yellow. This is what they look like together. Not really like that. Like that. We'll just do the stitch at the top. And it's 1, 2, increase. Now I have to work out the spacing for these ones. So I'm thinking that next one might be a good one. We could do it 1 across. I think that. So single crochet, then we'll do a yellow single crochet, and then we'll change back to orange. And there should be 5 single crochet between them, so we have 3 single crochet to go. Oh, and then that yellow is going to fall on an increase. See, that's exactly what we're trying to avoid here. We might have to move that increase back to be central in the body. We can do that. We have the power. We're allowed. I'm in charge. If we do this. Then we do that. Single, increase, yellow single, because the increase will technically look like 3 stitches, which will push that point out 1 stitch, which is what we want it to do. This might end up looking bad. I'm talking you through it as though I know it's going to work, and I don't know that it is. That is 2 out of our 3 increases. One, 2, 3, and we want this one here to be yellow. So we'll go 4 and then an increase. Yeah, cool. That's what I wrote down. Nifty. 4 and then an increase. And then yellow 1, orange 1. Okay. It's wild how different the red orange on the face cam looks versus the hand cam. Yeah, that's what I was ranting about lighting earlier today. It's to do with white color balance, but it's also just to do with the quality of the lighting. Because I am seated a certain distance back from the light, it helps. Swapping the cameras doesn't help. It's just like whatever camera is pointed at my face shows the lighting, shows the colors pretty well. It manages, whereas like there is something to do with being pointed straight down at my desk that just messes with cameras, and I have been picking away at it for the last 12 months, trying to get them showing a little better, and I've with mixed success. Whenever I change my setup, I feel like I get a little bit closer to something. But don't get me wrong, Growlithe is a little bit sunburnt. You didn't imagine that. Like, face cam color, nice, muted orange, seems nice and animal-y. Burnt to a crisp. Can I get it on both at once? And sort of. There we go. Both at once. Yeah. You're not crazy. It is just that different. I do a lot of color work in post to make things look right. But I also do a lot of my filming back there now. Whereas this is just my stream area. Yeah, there's just never enough orange shades. I agree with that. Like, I'm talking about like a nice yellow pale orange, whereas like I feel like they go red very easily, but I think that's to do with just the overall like brown yarn issue. It's hard to find good tonal variations in browns, and orange is just an extension of that, I think. As long as I've got one accurate camera, it's fine. Yeah, as long as I just like regularly be like, this is the color, guys, it's all right. Not this. This. I do it fast enough. Okay, so that left us with those as the flame points at the front. They are relatively centered, and those with the flame points at the back, they're a little further apart visually, but I think that'll work out pretty well. Wellity, wellity, wellity. And unfortunately, we have another row with increases to deal with. But I'm going to cheat, because 3 increases is basically the same as 4 increases. So I'm going to make just the yellow stitches. We're going to do an increase in each of them. It'll give us nice crispy edges on everything, and I won't have to think too hard. And I could use a break from thinking, if I'm honest.
Hey, beautiful.
Mr. Bones walked in, sorry.
Yeah, you mentioned not thinking. Here I am.
Hey, don't be rude.
No, it's in to help you stop thinking.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I make a request?
I mean, you can always request, but I'm happy saying no.
Could you make his feet be not the last thing? Like arms.
You need the measurements of the feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Noted.
Can I give you a sneak peek?
No, because I'm not good with delayed gratification either. And if you give me a sneak peek, you're teasing them, and that's not kind. Yeah. 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 Sometimes I forget there's a camera pointed at my face, and that's fine. As a spinner, I find it's easier to find a nice naturally brown fleece than to dye a nice brown. That makes sense. It's probably to do with undertones, would be my guess. And I find that browns are very like context dependent as well. Like I've got a brown that's looks like a lovely like dusty brown on its own, but then depending on what you put it next to, it can look like a chocolatey brown, or it looks grey. It just looks straight up grey. And I think that oranges and browns are just very dependent on the context you put them in. So he's a very polite skeleton. Happy time zone, Anne-Marie. We have made Jynx. The theme is, oh, it's you. We're doing Pokemon that I have avoided thus far. And we're currently working on Firequacker, the Magmar. Specifically Firequacker's fiery stomach points. My dude has that gastric reflux life. He's living that GERD existence. He's a GERD bird. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I need like 2 extra fingers on each hand. But then I just know that I would end up just like, that'd be chaos. That'd be chaos. We don't ask for more limbs. I'm glad that we amused you. He's orange. Sorry, I keep seeing the conversation from before about how red it looks on camera. I swear, I'm working in like the orangiest orange that has ever oranged. Okay, so we've got like the start little fiery points. I don't even mind that they're a little bit wiggly. I actually think that helps them a lot. Look like a little bit more fiery. And so now in the next row down, which is thankfully just single crochet, so it makes the color plotting a little bit easier. I will make sure that I go 1 stitch over for each of the fire pots. Excuse me. Fire plots. Sorry, I don't know what that was. I got stuck in a sound. I'm gonna hydrate. Okay, and here we go. So it's 2, and then 3, tempted to go around again, but I won't. 2 single crochet, and then yellow, 3 single crochet, and then orange, and then yellow, and then orange, and then yellow, and then orange, and then yellow, and then orange. Getting ahead of my notes so I can just write numbers in. So 1, 2. Now I want to make this flame here look further off to this side, so I'm going to do 4, and I'm going to do it across some of them. I don't know. Let's go 3. Change to our yellow, and then we'll just see if we like it. We're just going to see if we like it. 1, 2, 3. And then with that one there, it'll go out the other side, and I think that'll help it a little bit. The best thing about this is I don't have to worry about super crispy edges, just because, as I've mentioned, they're flames, and they're quite clearly wiggly flames, not like straight triangle perfection unattainable standard flames. We'll do 3, and then we'll do 3. This is good. This is carving it up into neat little 3 chunks. Gonna have to spin to win in a second. Go 1, 2. 3. All right, we're going to give Firecracker a little dizzy wizzy. Whee! There we go. Okay, now back in our orange. Okay. What are we talking about? How hard it is to find red eyeshadow, as well as doing color markings on Magmar. I think that's a summary of the current conversations. This is good. The more the yellow takes over, the less I have to think about orange. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll just do 1 orange little bloop at the end to finish off the row. Okay. I'm just going to do a count here and make sure my notes have all the stitches accounted for. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 20, 23, 24, 25. Oh no, it is meant to be 25 because I did 4 increases in the previous row. Haha! This is not the first Pokemon at Flex. We made Jynx earlier in today's stream. The colours are actually looking pretty right on this camera, which is funny because the orange is just not showing up correctly at all. Okay, so we're 25 around. We have the start of our 4 little flames. And I think we have 1 more row. Oh, I feel like I've already kind of overplayed this. I feel like they're supposed to have completely transitioned by now. I have options here. We could do our first row of decreases, but I don't know if that's barrel-bodied enough. It makes him too long if I do that. I think the yellow just kind of has to take over at this point and we do the whole row in yellow. They're not quite as pointy as I would have liked them to be, but I think they're okay. So I'll do 1 stitch in orange and then change to our yellow and do 24 more. Firecracker is a very complicated little duck. 1, 2, 3. And because of that complication, we were running a permanent risk of me never feeling brave enough. So today I just made the decision that all of the Pokemon behind the doors are the ones that, like, I've just never felt brave enough to do. It's not to say they haven't cropped up in other votes before, though. Because I think some of them have. Why not do mostly yellow and then every so often add an orange stitch to show the point of the orange? Eagle Ironic, what I'm worried about there is that I feel like it's going to lengthen the body too much. Because, like, if you look, we're already quite tall for what we're supposed to be, and doing that actually adds... It throws off the proportion of what that's supposed to actually be looking like. If you look at the sprite, that color change happens over 3 different rows, and that would be a 4th row of those colors changing. And I just think it would throw it off. Whereas I think just doing flat around isn't taking too much from it because the stitches themselves are manifesting as little triangles. I was going to try and incorporate decreases that way, but that was going to make the body artificially shorter than it needed to be. So yeah, it's just, there's no wrong answers. This is just one of the options. And with everything else going on, I think this will be fine. I just don't want to... It's more important to have his body proportionate, and having those flames start and finish at the right point is going to make a big difference to whether or not this looks right. I'm doing the tail as a separate piece, by the way. I've made that as an official decision. Oh yeah, no worries. I don't like... It was a perfectly acceptable way to approach making Magmar. I almost did it as an overlay piece as well. We could have done it using some spike stitching. I just picked a course and we're trying it. So I'm doing one more round of 25, and then I'm going to be closing off the base of our egg. And then I'll do the legs straight away because Mr. Bones has very, very gently requested that I do the feet next, which is fine. Can always stitch a little around the outside of the fire to make it look more flamey. Absolutely, I can. I can embroider the edge, or we can slip stitch the edge, or yeah, there's plenty of options to lock those in. I kind of like that they look very wibbly wobbly, and I know that that's not necessarily what you're normally going for, but like in particular, like this one here, it looks nice and flamey, so that's good. We like this. Okay, so now we want to decrease back down, and we've got ourselves into a bit of a position where we have a base 5 number. Hooray. Ugh, it's 35 degrees outside. Sorry, I just saw a thermometer. Ugh. So we're gonna lean into the base 5. We'll do 5 repeats of 3 single crochet and a decrease. You think he's wearing novelty slippers? That sounds so comfy. Oh, I miss fuzzy socks. I'm really excited for the weather to get cold enough for me to wear fuzzy socks around the house again. Fuzzy socks are the best, and they keep the floors basically swept. You've got to change the socks every day, but like it keeps the floors swept. We must complete the hot pants. Okay, so with this guy, like, don't get me wrong, we're not wrapping up stream yet. I'm gonna go for at least another hour, just adding pieces. But with these two knocked out, that brings us down to 40. It'll be 47 when we're done with Magmar. 47 to go. There's still some pretty good ones in the mix there. It's just under a third of all Gen 1. Who is the Pokemon you were most looking forward to seeing? Is really the question here. I'm happy to put the Pokédex up on screen if you can't remember who we've made, because, like, why would you remember who we've made? But yeah, I'll flash it up on the screen. Let's have a look. I would really like to know just who you're looking forward to the most. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit because that is covering chat. Ooh, there we go. Means you're going to see a little bit more Gen 2 at the bottom than normal. I know you're looking forward to Graveler, Mr. Bones. I'm trying to save that one for your birthday. Yeah. As I am. So that brought us down to 20. And we'll do 5 repeats of a single crochet, a decrease, and a single crochet to bring us down to 15. Yeah, Ghastly should be an interesting one. I still just don't know how I want to do his gas. And it's such an important element to him that it's really hard to be like, yeah, to like think about how to do it right. I've already made Riolu. I have. I haven't named it though. Would you guys want to name Riolu? That's cool. I'm fine with that. He's in. Sorry, the bag is heavy. He's in this bag somewhere. I don't know if he's on top. If he's near the top, sorry, I'm making crackly noises. I can hear him. If he's near the top, I'll pull him out, but I don't know if he will be. Oh no, wait, hang on. Oh, that's Lucario. Sorry, I found the other one. Yeah, there we go. I found Lucario. Also not named. Oh, there's our boy. Okay. Hang on. She's okay, folks. Alright. So, Lucario also doesn't have a name, I don't think. I don't recall. Did we name these guys? Sorry, let me open my spreadsheet. I'll check. We're on a limited time frame. I should not be getting distracted like this, but here we are. So yeah, Mr. Bones, if you wanted to start keeping names for... The request was for Riolu, but let me just confirm that we haven't named them yet. Just because we don't have to name Firequacker. What number in the Pokédex is he? Used to be a lot easier to find them. There he is. Okay, yeah, no, we haven't named either of these two. So if you come up with a couple name, that's fine. Name away. We'll do a vote before I finish off for the day. Oh yeah, for anyone wondering, they are number 447 and 448. But even just the knowing that they were 400 and something, that actually was really helpful. I used to be able to just scroll through and like spot the ones that I'd made so far, but we've made 104 now, Gen 1, but we've made like 170 overall, so it's just really hard to spot. You looking forward to Venusaur and Blastoise? Isn't Sandslash already named Cairo?
Yeah, Sandslash or Sandshrew, bottom's Cairo.
Yeah, alright, we've already got a Pokemon named Cairo, but good name though. Current name list. We're only doing one at a time. Okay, sorry. We're doing Riolu. 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 While I close off our fire duck. Sorry, Mr. Bones. Didn't mean to drop you in that one. You can call him Newbie. Because he's a baby version of a Pokemon that looks like the god Anubis.
You are freaking ready.
Oh, thank you. Don't know what I did to deserve that. 5 decreases. Three, 4. Excited to see Kangaskhan? Kangaskhan got put in a few votes, I think, right at the start, but hasn't featured in any for a while. I kind of gave up in getting any of the beiges picked for a while. I like the name Toothpick. Smallest petal? Is there an explanation for Toothpick? Sometimes telling the story can help people, like, attach to the name. Yeah. Okay. Noot. Again, just an update on what the colours actually look like. So I was going to do butt brows next, but we'll do feet. Do the feet. Feats of greatness. Now there's no beans to worry about, so all we need is like a round shape, probably 12 around, and then we'll flare out 2 little increases, do little toenails. No wuckers. Like to see Venusaur. Yeah, I kind of, like, initially when I started these streams, I started with Ivysaur. And, like, I initially, like, we didn't do the game at first, like the picking game. We had no wheel to spin or anything. And at the very start, like, I kind of thought I might work through in order. And just, like, fill in the gaps of the ones we hadn't made yet. And the joke's on me, because that lasted all of, like, 1 stream. And then after that we were just like picking from the grid, and then we started, then like the choice document came. That's what I call that. That's what I call this thing. This is the choice document. Came into play, and we started playing Dodge the Diglett, which was really fun, and that kind of just stuck around because I knew that certain things would like settle into place as we tried them out, and the guessing game evolved over time, but definitely was a hit with you guys. I liked it. Magmar has longish feet. Yes, he does. Lulu? We have Thululu and we have Delulu. They are Oma Night and Oma Star. That's not to say I'm not opposed to Lulu. I'm just letting you guys know that we do already have Lulu adjacent names. Remember the first stream you were ill from work? Turned out to be a whooping cough. Oh no. You don't want that. Current name list: Rio and Toothpick. Alright. I'm thinking about starting this poll real soon, so if you have any other suggestions for names that you would like for the little fellow, get him in. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, 12. I think that's a good roughing of the size. So I'll do 5 single crochet, a white double treble, an orange single, a white double treble. Don't you click on anything. And then 5. No, that's not how math works. then 4 single crochet. Toothpick, tiny but deadly. Okay, yeah, I get that. Your first ever Riolu was called Puppy. I think Puppy is a very like natural thing to go to call something because it's like Puppy. And we'll do a toenail. I think 3 yarn overs is a double treble, because of course it is. Change colour back to our orange, back to our white. And back to our orange. Then it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, let's start a little poll, shall we? Let's get the poll going. Because I think Mr. Bones is going to be quite busy once this foot is done. So, the names I saw were Toothpick. There was Rio. I saw Rio. And I saw Puppy. Puppy's fine. So there's room for one more. Mr. Bones, I will leave it to you to call out the 4th name. I haven't been following the subplots, so I don't know if there's any being discussed. I just need one more for the vote.
Unky is pretty good.
Unky?
A-N-K-H-I.
Okay, cool. Okay, there we go. You are naming the Riolu, not the Firecracker. Creating giant paddly feet here. There we go. And do we change to the black in this final stitch? I think we do. I think these feet are a little small, but they might just have to do. Oh, Ruffian is such a cute name. Yeah, he looks like a little bandit, little ruffian. That's 1. 2. 3. 4. Sorry, sometimes counting's all I got. 5 and 6. I'm gonna just trim off all of this because I was getting very tangled just then. Everybody hydrating or dehydrating? This is important. I'm not doing it well enough. Can we re-vote and add Ruffian? Okay. All right. I will allow this. I will remove the option that got the fewest votes just then, and that was Puppy, and that's okay. So now going into the poll, We still have Unky, which was the top seeded position, right? 33% of the previous vote. If it's a draw, we're going to default to that. We've got Toothpick still, which got 30% of the previous vote. Rio got 26%, and we have a new person in the chat called Ruffian. Ruffles. Aww. I'm calling, if you name him Ruffian, I'm going to call him Ruffles. All right. Okay, we'll do 6 more around, and then we'll change to our thigh color. Yeah, he's only got stubby little legs. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Why do I always go to the Spot theme song? 5, and this is 6, and we're changing to our yellow, and I'll admit my desk has gotten a little out of control. Yeah, and Unky was a super cute name. Like, I'm still down for Unky as a name. It's just, it's like a baby name version of Unk. Ank? I don't know if I don't know if I'm Australianing that one up. It's Unk? I'm going to just leave that one open for a little bit, because I'm just working on a leg. It's not quite ready for you yet.
What are the votes at?
54 of them, and that's... Did you like the other one better?
I thought Toothpick was going to win.
Oh.
I'll just throw it in the bin.
No, no.
Careful, it's got a spike to go into his hand.
Okay, guys, we're going to level with you. Mr. Bones was all in and thought Toothpick was going to win, but it doesn't look like Toothpick is going to win. But you'll be pleased to know he still made a toothpick sword. He worked really hard on it, and he still wants to show you guys, and we're still going to pass it to our little pokey friend here, who has pins in his pawsies. I must have needed those to pose him for the photo. And so, baby, whatever has a toothpick sword. We just have not named him yet. He's not super balanced. I accidentally attached his front paws slightly too far up, and so he's not... They don't hit the ground, and so he tilts all the way forward. He's a little unbalanced. That's okay. We do have our answer of the name, though. People have overwhelmingly voted for Ruffian, which is a very cute little name, and I will add that to my spreadsheet right now. His name is Ruffian. We call him Ruffles. He's a very good boy, even if he has a sword. Oh, I didn't actually close the vote, sorry. I just kind of made an assumption based on what I was seeing. Alright, yeah, Ruffian won with 47% of the vote. Unky got down to 23%. Toothpick was at 20%, and Rio fell to 7%. So it looks like a lot of the vote for Rio jumped ship and clambered aboard the Jolly Ruffles. Or Jolly Ruffian. Thugs for Lucario, then they can be Ruffian and Thugs. Yeah, okay, cool. Swap them out. Y'all can do Lucario, but then that's it for the day. As in, like, naming-wise. And only because I'm not quite done with this leg yet. Okay, and we'll go around again. Yeah, it's Ruffian with his trusty sword toothpick. Rufio? Rufio! 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Huh? Where did I skip an increase? There. Absolutely, the sword's name is Toothpick. Chopsticks? Rufius? They call me Toothpick because I'll break your teeth. Sorry, I have fiber up my nose. I just need a second. Current name list is Rufio, sorry, Lucas and Spike. And I'm proud of you all for not panicking. I just need like a tiny little tuft of stuffing here. I can definitely trim the black off. Detangle it. There we go. I keep going to name Magmar Waddles, and I know that's not his name. It's just he kind of has Waddles energy. Now, don't get me wrong, he's Firecracker. That's not up for negotiation here, but like he definitely has Waddles energy. Current name list: Rufio. Cough, sorry. Oh, no, don't be mean to me. Lucas and Spike. That ship has sailed, CK. I'm panicking. Caletti Spaghetti, I'm gonna need you to calm your noodles, okay? There we go. So I will get that poll started if you guys are all right. No, we can't have it again where we start the vote and then the clear winner of a name manifests itself. So like think about puns real hard for the next 10 seconds, and if you come up with a good one, you know they're going to be a winner here. Calm the calamity that is your spaghetti. There's no dropped frames registered here. I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying that I don't have any sign of any dropped anything. Okay, he's got his little waddly feet. So let's get this poll started so that Mr. Bones can focus on other things. Let's start a poll. So the poll is calm, calamity, and spaghetti. No, it's Rufio. Rufio. Lucas and Spike. There we go. All right, everybody. Now, Mr. Bones, you needed to see one of the legs, so you should come in here now while I show you something. The camera is off, but the microphone is on. I just wanted to show you that he's quite wide-hipped, so...
That's perfect. Camera or foot?
You can have the foot. There's not another vote for Lucario. There was a vote for, I mean, there was 2 votes for Riolu, and now there's 1 vote for Lucario. Okay, well, Mr. Bones is absconded with my duck leg. Ooh. So I could sit here and make another one. Yeah. See, Rufio is a firm favourite. Ruffian and Rufio with their trusty swords, toothpick and chopstick. Y'all, I was going with the name list I was given. I just can't see Lucario as any sort of thug. He's honourable and loyal or a boy. Maybe? I don't know. Sorry, guys. Do we need a recount? I mean, I offered an alternate, like a second poll for Riolu, and now I'm feeling bad. This name poll is for Lucario. We are voting for the name for Lucario. Before we were voting for Riolu. This is why I should actually take the time to type in a question that you're answering instead of just putting up a poll. Firecracker's hips do not lie. They are very honest hips. Why was the cough sorry there? Well, because y'all were making fun of me because when I was reading the names out before, well, Mr. Bones was making fun of me. And I coughed and then apologized for the cough in the middle of reading the name. And so he put that in as one of the name options. And I called, you know what? I've played this game before. I've played Knifey Spoony. And so I put it in as one of the actual official names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got doubled down. I don't know if Mr. Bones can see your requests at the moment because he's absconded with the Duck Boy's foot. And I think he might be deep in hijinks zone right now. Deep in Mischiefton. I don't even remember what you guys asked for regarding Magmar, but it was clearly something. Okay. It looks like Rufio has a firm lead. Well, I put cough in there in case y'all were feeling silly, and that's fine. I would have stood by it. Looks like the other options only got like 16% each. Yeah, so Rufio won with 53% of the vote. Lucas and Spike got 15% each. And Cough Sorry got 14%, which is more than I thought it would. But that's fine. We'll put Rufio in the spreadsheet, and he's all official now. We have named them both. Good job, everybody. I need reminders like that every so often to chip away at the ones we didn't get to name, because like there is plenty that didn't get named over the course of things. Okay, and then we do a couple more stitches down the side. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to try doing standard single crochet 3 togethers this time, see if that There was a lot of color bleed in the previous one. I want to see if I can help minimize that. So that one there can just be a regular single crochet 3 together, that's fine. But then this one here, if we do that as a standard one, it might chill out the amount of white a little bit more. I think it helped a little bit. No, it doesn't make a huge difference either way, I was just curious. Alright, bye Henriette, thanks for hanging out. If we have time at the end of the stream, we can name the unnamed Pokemon. Yeah, Calotti Spaghetti, there's rounding. So it presents like round numbers there, but let's see, what does that actually add up to? That's 30, 44, yeah, that has up to 97. So I'd say that Lucas, Spike, and Sorry probably all are like 0.5, 0.4, something like that. Bye Adflex, thanks for hanging out. Thank you to everybody who's taken off to start their day or finish their day. Thank you for hanging out. We always appreciate company. It's been a good little stream. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I need to get a few more pieces made. I gotta get this guy done. Did I change to black here last time? I did. So that last stitch should have been in black. Go. Okay, you know what's the most alarming form of mischief? It's the furious burst of energy and activity and then silence. And currently all I'm hearing from Mr. Bones is silence, like absolute stillness. It's a little scary. One. 2. 3. 4. 5 and 6, and then we go around again. 1. Can I have it back? No, I can't have it back just yet.
Yeah, that one's done.
You know you have to make another one, right?
I made another one. It's ready to go.
I don't want to show them yet. Okay. I love it so much, but I don't want to show them yet. Oh my god. Did you guys ask for this? Or, is this just Mr. Bones having a flight of fancy?
Sorry?
Did they ask for this, or is this a flight of fancy?
Oh, it's adjacent.
It's fancy adjacent. Okay. No, Blue Owl. No one's annoyed. And if they are, that's just not the vibe here. And if they're annoyed, they'd be annoyed at me, because I'm the one who made and changed my mind mid-poll. Oh, hi Samantha. It's your first time on live because you've been watching replays. Oh, thank you very much. Well, welcome to the live. The live experience. You're catching the very messy end of the live, as you would know from watching replays. We've become a little bit unraveled, a little bit frogged, as it were, the closer we get to the end of stream. But yeah, we are hanging in there. We are doing our best. And we are making ourselves a firecracker right now. You're sleepy? Oh, Night Autistic Froplio, thank you for hanging out. How dare you, checks notes, have good ideas. Just hanging out for the reveal. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do the reveal after I finish this piece. How's that? Your headphones just died though. Okay, well I can. Okay, everybody but Kath gets to know the reveal because we'll say them out loud. No, that's just too mean. Whoa, hey, no, we're not. we're getting a little aggressive in chat. No one should go and do anything that is harmful to themselves or others under any circumstances. Just stop all of that all at once. I do think that Ruffian is an adorable name, and I am very glad that it won the vote. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, Mr. Bones.
Yeah.
That thing you just showed me, it does come off, right?
Yes, all of the pieces come off.
Okay,
and
good.
The thing on that which is sticky, it's sticky side out, goes around first, and then it goes sticky side in around, so it's not actually sticking to yarn.
Okay, good.
I made sure that this is all undoable and it's not going to damage or anything like that.
No, I'm not worried about damage per se. It's just like a wild thought occurred. Just like, we haven't taken Pokédex photos yet. That's going to be hard to explain.
I also made a really solid stand so we can be like...
Yeah, guys, I'm concerned for a reason. You guys still trying to work out who's behind door number 2? Because I've said what's behind door number 2. I haven't like outright stated this is behind door number 2, but I have told you throughout the course of this stream who was behind all of the doors. It was an accident. I just sort of skirted past it at the time, but the truth is out there. I'm going to reveal it once I've done these like final stitch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This leg feels shorter than the other one, but until I bring the other one in, I can't really measure them against each other. They're just stumpy little waddles. I'm gonna hand you this one first. Okay, there we go. So that's the second little leg, which I'm going to pass off to Mr. Bones to continue his mischief with. And alright, we'll be here in a second. Zapdos, Electabuzz, and the Abraline are great candidates. It's true. After giving Machamp a Pikachu hand puppet, I don't see how you can now be worried about Pokédex photos. Okay, look, Machamp got away from me. He did. I just mentioned the hand puppet thing as a joke. You guys loved it so much, and I just love to make you happy. It's... Mr. Bones, I would love to pass this leg off to you so I can do the reveal, if that's okay. I need to wait the 30-second delay for him to get my message. There we go. Yeah, cool. Alrighty, here we go. Up on the screen, we have door number 2 and door number 4. So the other 2 Pokemon we have been putting off. We're ready for the reveal. This is the... Lots of conjecture about this one here. I've been putting this one off because of the stripies. There are so many stripes, so many color markings and blocks and changes on that guy. Now, we are establishing scale with Magmar, so I'll be trying to make Electabuzz to the same scale, and so he'll probably have the same feet. If you look at those feet, they're both 2-clawed. And then behind door number 4 was Pinsir, who also has 2 claws at the front. So they were our options for today. Yeah, I'm not ending stream. It's just I understand that like once we hit our 4-ish, 5-ish, people get a little bit tired, and that's okay. They're allowed. So I'm gonna leave that up, but I'm gonna have it as like a little mini screen. Yeah, sorry about the blinking. If that's blinking for you, I should click on this. There we go. And we'll turn on the mini screen. We'll turn off the maxi screen. So now those little reveals can stay in the bottom corner, and people will be able to see what they were. They both got eggy bodies. They do. They do. They're like, I consider those 2 to be related. You know what I mean? They're the same Pokemon, but one grew up in a volcano and one grew up in an electric company. So, yeah. I always thought it was weird that there wasn't a water one. I love Pinsir too. I've given you guys the option to pick Pinsir like 5 times now, and it never comes up because it's that colour. He's just that weird browny beige that not even the boring colour brigade wants to vote for. Your tail? No, I should do eyebrows. Let's do some eyebrows. You're looking forward to the murder mouth? I already know how I'm going to do the murder mouth. I'm going to do a black circle, or oval in this case. And then, oh, I don't like that down there. I might move that further up. How's that? I think that's good. Yeah, I'm going to do a black oval, and then I'll just do like white embroidery over the top for neat little teeth. It's going to look good. It's going to look really good. Are you ready? Guys. How careful do I have to be?
Oh, they're pretty solid.
Honestly, the wire details on them is what's blowing my mind here a little bit. Would you like to see what Mr. Bones has been up to? He made him roller skates. Oh, and I immediately touched it and pulled off the shoelaces. The shoelaces are made with wire. No, it's fine. I pushed him back on. So yeah, he's just because it seems to like the most logical thing ever, he is now a fire duck cannon on roller skates. He's ready for that roller derby. He's a roller derby duck. There we go. There we go. I'll pin them on in a little bit more of a designated pose when I get to there. But for now, he's a roller skating duck. He's really outdone himself. They're really quite impressive. Can we get the focus on them? No, under no circumstances will we ever focus on anything I'm actually trying to show you guys. Come on, they are all that's in the frame. Oh, look, there we go. It's got little wheel details underneath. Little paddle pop sticks. And now we're going to focus on my face ever again. I mean, we didn't really want to focus on my face anyway, did we? I don't know how to make this focus anymore. Mr. Bones, how do you normally fix this?
Cover the whole screen for a second with nothing.
I'm doing that. Maybe white will help it. Ah, we're back! They are so cute. They're just the cutest little roller skates. They are. We need to do his armies now because we've got leggies. I thought I was doing eyebrows, but I think I'm going to pivot. Do the arms. We didn't name Grotel, but I'm going to give Mr. Bones a bit of a break. The naming thing puts a lot of pressure on him, I think. So we could, but remind me next stream. We can name Grotel the next stream because he's right on top of the bat. He's right on top. Right there. There's our boy. I'll leave him out and everything. Okay, so I think these hands will be 9 around, and they're going to just be stumps because, like I said, I'll stitch on the little white claws when we get there. Do you like Magma Duck now? You won't be able to tell, I don't think, until we've fully assembled. No, 9 is too big. We might just be doing 6. Strange. Stranger things have happened, though. Yeah, they point inwards because I pinned them on very roughly. Somehow it works for him, though. It's his first day on roller skates, guys. Give him a break. He's doing his best. There we go. 2, 3, 4. Better go to sleep. All right, night, Gianna Core. Thanks for hanging out. Gianna Corey? Gianna Corey. Probably Corey. Someone has probably asked you this in the past, but which of my patterns do you think would be good for a beginner? Not necessarily from the Pokemon line. None of the Pokemon are good for beginners. Don't start with the Pokemon. The Pokemon I have not designed with the intention that anyone else ever be able to make them. I just also happen to share my notes with the patrons. That's all. Let's see. Good for a beginner. Look, I'm going to level with you. Most of my channel is designed for people who are looking for a challenge. Now, that doesn't mean that they are experienced crocheters. It just means they are looking for a challenge. They're willing to go as slow as they need to in order to, you know what I mean. Some of my early stuff might be okay. Things like, I did a reversible cat at one point, but honestly, if you're going to do a basic beginner project, I wouldn't suggest that one because it's a really boring project in my opinion. Where to start on my channel? Do you guys have suggestions on where you would start on my channel? I have kind of a very warped perspective. 3, 4, 5, 6. The snakes? Okay, good. The snakes are good for beginners, and the fairy dragon and the axolotl. Now that could be the no-sew axolotl, or it could be the very early on axolotl. My teaching style has evolved over time in various directions. So pufferfish was a great intro. Okay, cool. So yeah, pufferfish is another good one. Excellent. Thank you. Because I'm just always working out how to do different things, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what skill level everything is at. But it's just like my channel has never been kind of aimed at beginners, but I never want to discourage a beginner either, because I've seen people pick up a hook and try my patterns for the first time and love it. And I've seen people report that they have been crocheting for 30 years and I'm the worst thing that's ever happened to the craft. So it's kind of a mix. Okay, not the hognose, the spirally snake. Okay, so that's either day 12 of the first days of crochet. Not the Bugsmas ones, though. No, don't start with, like, if you started with the Australian Animal 12 days of crochet, you'd be okay, I think. The pangolin, don't start with the pangolin. That is definitely a joke. That is a joke on all of us. Okay, so that's the little hand nub, and now we need to do ruffly sleeves. So, yeah, I'm going to just do a row of, sorry, I'm still just laughing at myself. I just think I'm so funny. Picots with single crochet around. Because I didn't get enough picots when I was making Jynx's haircut. We got to add some more to the fire duck. The Not My Idea axolotl? Okay, so that was the early one. I'm seeing the crow mentioned, but I do know that some people had a lot of problems with the feet being quite tricky on the crow. You started crocheting in December? Yeah, that's awesome. Like I said, while I don't necessarily I don't design beginner first, if that makes sense. I design for whatever I'm interested in and then I'm just happy to share it. But I also just don't think that's a reason not to try something that's hard. Because it's hard. Like, sorry, let me rephrase that. My patterns are hard, but you can do hard things. I was always looking for more challenging patterns to make, and I could never find them. There was just so many, like, don't get me wrong, potatoes are great too. Potatoes are adorable, but there were just so many nothing but potato shaping out there. So now I try and put out the patterns that I was looking for at the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are very friendly for people just picking up a hook. But like, all you have to do is keep in mind that, like, as you work through it, you're probably going to encounter things you've not done before, things that I'm going to assume you have, like a single crochet. Like, I'm assuming if you've been crocheting since December, you've encountered one of those, but it's a good hypothetical. And so, like, if you're encountering a single crochet in my pattern, I'm going to assume you know it, but all you got to do is, like, Google that. Okay, cool. How do I do that one? Cool. Now I have that piece of information. I can come back and keep working through this pattern, if that makes sense. My videos do try and focus on the tricky bits. So as long as you come in with a basic suitcase of techniques, single crochet and the like, you should be okay. I do think that they're fine. Stuff thanks for the sessions you started last month. Yeah, cool. Well, congratulations on the hobby. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's one of the better hobbies people can have. It's far superior to knitting. It's just me starting a fight with chat. I only say that because I tried knitting once and I was terrible at it and I can't make it work. That doesn't mean I should go back and try it again though. Because like I see the value in being able to create the different textures you can create with knitting. And I know that nooking is a thing as well. But I'll just put that in a basket of stuff I haven't tried yet. CK just picking fights. Yeah, I tell you, firing shots. We're late in the stream. It's about time for some controversy. No, actually, better not. We'll freak Mr. Bones out. Okay. He's got a little hand. We've got some little nubbly ruffles. So I think I'll do 6 single crochet again. You learned front post and back post from Bugsmith? Oh my goodness, that is a baptism of fire right there. It's like I say it every time I do a Crochetmas because it needs to be said every time I do a Crochetmas. And like just because a pattern is a mini, it does not mean it's easy and does not mean that it should be the first thing you try and make. And those bugs are a very good example of like back away until you've been doing this for at least a little bit and you're confident with your hook. Those bugs some of them were hard for me and I designed them. I am their mother. And that means that that of anybody, they should be easiest for me. First of my patterns that you did was the bearded dragon. So many picots. Yeah, I made that bearded dragon shortly after I learned what a picot was. And so I got overexcited about a technique and I overused it. It's like I did the same thing with short rows back when I discovered them when I first made the little mouse, and then I used them in the reindeer as well. I work out new techniques and then I get excited about them and I use them a lot. And some of them stick around throughout the years, like things like front post stuck around because it's just such a helpful shaping technique. But even just the way I curve things has shifted over time. Like all you have to do is look at the fact that I couldn't work out how to make Scullicorn's neck right back in the day. And then, 2 weeks ago, we very casually made this head and neck piece, which I've sewn on terribly, but like, you know what I mean? I very casually just shaped that on stream. No worries. It's an evolution over time. It's a constant seeking different and interesting new ways to do things. I gotta keep myself interested. I'm gonna lie to you and say picots haven't stayed around. Well, they went away for a bit. Oh no, those are shoelaces. The shoelaces came off one of the roller skates. I feel bad. They stayed around for a little bit. And then they went away for a little bit. I forgot they existed. And I still don't use them the way I think you're supposed to. Because like I use them as like a knobbly detail. Like a way of adding bumps and ruffles and edges and like tiny little like to things. But I believe you are technically supposed to use them to add stitches to things. Like stitches to your round. Kind of like an increase. And I've just never used them that way. It's like, why not just use an increase? I haven't found a reason not to just use an increase there. So like, picots will stick around until I mentally resolve that curiosity, if that makes sense. It's just like, okay, so I know that these have other purposes that I don't use them for, and I have not yet worked out why you would use them instead of one of the other things. So I'm just gonna they're gonna keep cropping up here and there, for the record, while they're useful, but also until I kind of finish solving the mystery that they represent to me. Sometimes if I'm looking for just like new things that I might want to try, what I do is I go into Ravelry, and when you load up a pattern into Ravelry, you have to talk about like assign different techniques and whatever that's been used. And from that list, you can see a bunch of things. And that's actually where I got short rows from. I saw short rows listed there and I was just like, oh, I bet that means you don't work the whole way around. And then I tried it. I'm just like, yeah, cool. So you can use that to help curve pieces. And so like, sometimes just even knowing the names of things can be really, really helpful in like unlocking new areas of the brain. Because even just like hearing short rows was a technique people used in crochet without having any other information. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense to me. We can not work the whole way around every row. And in doing so, make some different shapes. So That's interesting. Okay, that's a second layer of ruffles. He's meant to have 3 layers of ruffles and then a shoulder, and I'm worried that his sleeves are very flamenco. You guys are okay with him having very, like, very fluffy sleeves, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. First picot you ever used was for a snowflake. Picots are often used as decorative details on lace. That makes sense to me. I've heard of them a lot in terms of lace. But the yarn that I'm comfortable working with isn't really fine enough to get nice details out of lace. And I've seen some of you guys do just incredible things with micro crochet, but I got big stupid fingers. They're not capable of tiny fiddly work. Or at least that's the self-defeatist attitude that will stop me ever being good at micro crochet. Eventually I might get over it and I'll give it a try. But sometimes it's just really cool to preserve the magic that is someone else able to do something really freaking cool, and you just look at it and you go, how? How did they do that? The answer is probably squinting. Squinting and magnifying glasses. Yeah, so I did make the flamenco sleeves joke earlier, and then there was a bunch of awkward laughter, and I appreciated that. You should know, I think I'm very funny. And y'all aren't helping with that. It doesn't discourage me when you turn up every week. It just makes me even surer that I'm funny. I've not been counting. I should count the picots now, but I'm too lazy to care. So we're just going to keep making them. Got big stupid fingers and terrible eyesight. Aww. See, when I say it about myself, I'm just like, ah, ha, 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 ha. When I hear other people say it about themselves, I'm just like, excuse you? You're talking, just cleaning up the swear words. You say, you've seen mean things about my friend? Oh, bye, Blue Owl. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for naming Riolu. I think we're back to the start. So very ruffly puffly sleeves. Now I didn't do single crochet in between and I regret it. We're going back. It was a mistake. I will learn from it. I will grow stronger. I will come back and I will defeat my enemies. Yeah, I gotta lean off this desk for a second though. Sorry guys. I understand that means that we're not going to be on the counter, but I'm developing a line where I'm leaning on the desk and it's starting to hurt a little bit. So I'm just going to be crocheting up here. Hi. And that's going to be okay. What day do I try to live stream now? This day. It's Sunday. And I start at 11 a.m. Australian Western Standard Time, which is, I think it's, what is it, UTC +8? It's +8, whatever the letters that you're supposed to use in front of it are. +8. So yeah, we've been in this slot now for quite a while. It's the advertised slot. I have been thinking about potentially, when I'm a little bit less busy, I'm going to try starting it a little earlier again, like sneaking it forward an hour and starting at 10. But for now, just it's 11 until I advertise. Until I tell you guys that it's moving a little earlier. Just to make it a bit easier for that first time slot to catch a little more of it. Okay, I think there's one more single crochet. There he is. All right, cool. That's so much better. So it's so much better when I put single crochet in between. We get just like such nice, distinct, ruffly bits. No, not earlier. No, just a little bit earlier. Just it's like, it's not for everyone. It's just for the people who like end up having to go to bed an hour into the stream. Because yeah. I can't really go much later, and a lot of the time I find that I have to finish before, like now, because if I have to get groceries on a Sunday, which you'd think working for yourself, you could go get groceries any day of the week, but you'll find very quickly that you have no time at all. I often have to go get groceries on a Sunday afternoon. All the shops close up if I don't, and that means I got to like get out of the house by 4. So going later has sort of become steadily less and less of a functional option for me. But there is still a little bit of room earlier in the day. There is a small buffer where I'm not a mollusk and I'm not yet streaming. Too early I can't do. For what it's worth category, you excel in maritime needle hitching and not work more so than knitting or crochet. I do, however, enjoy watching all forms of media as study materials for techniques. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. It's just like cross-pollination of ideas is so interesting to me. It's like I'm fascinated by any craft or task that takes a bunch of little pieces and builds something big out of it. And that's everything from, I do like that, you know, I think they dubbed it, they branded it Zentangle or something, but doodling. Doodling, things like Lego. I like origami, but I like the modular origami where you make the pieces and you build the thing. I even like jigsaw puzzles, which aren't a creative task, but they're still the same kind of vibe. And crochet is just an extension of that for me, and so is cross stitch and embroidery, where you're taking a bunch of little stitches and you're building something bigger out of it. It's just like they all have that same core running through it. Coletti Spaghetti, are you fighting people for their bananas? It's like, you can be honest. It's just inquiring minds want to know. The roller skates are extremely impressive. Like, every so often we get a prop that's just like, yeah, that one's going to stick around. Don't get me wrong, the trench coat was one I really wanted to try and preserve, and I feel kind of bad about it. But like we've got the crown. I've still got Knitter Queen's crown here as well. Like, this is a solid piece of metal. This has weight to it. This weighs more than my hook. So like, yeah, just every so often we get just a really cool piece. Okay, so I have the 3 layers of roughlyness, and so now we need to make the shoulder poof. So I need to just change colors here. And go straight into 6 increases, because I'll make them the same. Oh, they should be slightly smaller than the thigh, actually, looking at that. So we'll go 3 repeats of a single crochet and an increase instead. Darcy, don't apologize for sleeping. That's just an act of self-care. Here we go. Building a happy little shoulder. And I'm kind of in a bit of a pickle because there's so many pieces of Magmar left to make, but we've hit the 5th hour and I'm starting to get a bit tired. But like anything I don't do on stream, I'm going to have to find time to do outside of stream, and that's its own problem, really. So I don't know, I'm just thinking about what we want to do. I might try and make one eyebrow after this, and we'll just judge it one piece at a time. The tail will probably have to wait till after stream. Probably won't do that on stream. Night, Fiora, thanks for hanging out. Oh, night everybody who's leaving. Firecracker didn't get mega potted. Firecracker is just hanging in there at a good size. It's not quite as small as I would have liked. What am I tangled in right now? What even is that? Cotton Eye Joe. There we go. Vanished back into the depth. He just has very large arms. Like, he didn't get mega potted, his arms kind of did. But I think that they're proportionate enough that if you don't pay too much attention to the sprite, I think we can still get by. I could finish him next stream, but I feel like that might make you dread next week's stream. Yeah, no, I don't like doing that because, like, the whole point of the stream is that, like, there's different kind of points of engagement throughout that allow you guys to, like, latch on and have opinions and impact the change of events. And so starting with Magmar kind of nullifies the whole first chunk of the stream where you'd normally get to make, you get to pick a door and then you'd get to name one and you'd get to, you know what I mean? So if I'm come out and I'm like, oh, hey, we're finishing the one we started last week, kind of like, okay, cool. So we're not doing a vote. We're not naming anything. You guys just become passive viewers. And like, that's sad because it's meant to be a game that we're playing together. It is, by the way, why I sometimes, like, it must seem premature. It's be like, nope, sorry, we're only making one this week, or only we're making two this week. It's because I just know that the 1 hour left is just not enough time to get the job done. But that's all right. I'm glad that we got as far as we did today. Because as long as I get it designed, it's a fairly pleasantly mindless activity to just sit there and make the extra pieces. So let's try and get an eyebrow done. And the tail, I can always just, like, borrow one from a different Pokemon. We've made plenty of that same lizard tail with a fire flame on the end. Fire flame, like there's any other kind of flame. It changes the flow, yes. And I like the flow too. It's super fun getting, like, coming up with the theme and working out which Pokemon fit the punchlines. And often it's the punchline that makes the theme. Like last week's theme was built entirely so I could say Arbok Bok Bok. And I stand by that decision. Oh, daylight savings starts soon? Okay, cool, never mind then. Because, like, daylight savings kind of caused some problems when it kicked in. Because WA doesn't do, where I am, Western Australia, not Washington, doesn't do daylight savings. So it's one of those things where suddenly a bunch of people were like, why are you starting earlier/later? And I'm just like, I'm not. What's going on? It's like, oh, everybody else has arbitrarily decided that the clocks needed to be fiddled with. That's fine. We don't do that nonsense here. Oh, you like the glasses? Thank you. I'm quite pleased with them. As for the smear they get, definitely don't use the little cloth the glasses came with. It barely works. Oh, dang. I'm just gonna have to Google glasses care or something. Yes, next week the sun changes in America. Okay, good to know. So, like I said, I wasn't planning on making that change soon because I'm so busy. I like having that little bit of extra sleep. But yeah, it's something that it's occurred to me that if I'm going to make the stream longer, I have to move it forwards in the day, not extend it backwards. That doesn't happen during stream, does it? Because, like, if it's happening next weekend, that's something I should keep an eye on. Yeah, it's awful. They've tried to bring it in here, I think twice, possibly more. We voted no on it a couple of times growing up. Sorry, I was peripherally aware that a vote was happening. And then they decided that we had to do a trial of it anyway, even though we'd always said no. So, yeah. Then they brought in a trial and then they were like, so, what did you think? And we still voted no. We don't have any mountains or anything. It just makes the time of day not line up properly with how light it is or dark it is outside. I understand the function it plays in certain places. And, like, good on it. Doesn't belong here. We voted no, so they had the "Are you sure?" election. Yeah, pretty much. Believe clocks in America change at 2 a.m/3 a.m. and it is 2 a.m. where you are now, so yes, it will happen during stream. Oh no! Okay, everybody. Well, our stream next week might have a very confusing time frame to it. Steam from your tea to clean them? Okay, cool. I will keep an eye out for that next week. Maybe we build a theme around it. Don't know what that looks like yet, but we'll work it out. I've worked out weirder themes. Hey, butt face. You got a nice butt face, butt face. All right, that's good. I'm gonna call this eyebrow. The magic ring of 6 and a 3 single crochet increase, and now we're going to do 9 single crochet around. You're trying to cancel it there in Canada? Yeah, I wish you luck. Next week. We started him 15 minutes ago and now he's done. Steam to clean your glasses. Yeah, no, I understood. I was just thinking about the fact that I don't drink tea anymore. I'm just trying to see if I could make that work. The sleepy Pokemon theme. They all lost an hour. Maybe. I don't know if we've got enough of those left. Though I said that about purple and you guys proved me pretty conclusively wrong on that one. My stomach just made the biggest grumble. Okay, so that will be 1/2 of his bonnet. And I think we changed to, if we do one more row of orange, then change to yellow for the pointy bit. Well, if it makes you feel any better about your own wonky time zones, you should know that I'm pretty sure everywhere else in Australia does observe daylight savings, but to different degrees. In fact, some of them end up with like, hang on, let me look this up because it's actually ridiculous. It's so funny when you hear it all in one spot. Daylight savings Australia. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So when there's no daylight savings, Australia has 3 different time zones, right? We have the WA time zone, we have the 2 states in the middle, which are like the Northern Territory and South Australia, and then we have the rest of Australia, with Queensland down to Tasmania, right? 3 different time zones with no daylight savings. When daylight savings kicks in, we end up in 5 separate time zones. So WA stays the same. Where the whole country, top to bottom, no big deal. The bit in the middle, the Northern Territory, ends up staying the same. They don't seem to have daylight savings at all, but South Australia changes its clocks by an hour, right? So you've got two states on the same time meridian operating an hour out of sync with each other now. So then it looks like Queensland stays the same, but then like the bottom corner, which is like Melbourne, Victoria, that area, Tasmania, Canberra, Sydney, that corner winds their clocks forward or changes their clocks by an hour as well. And so we 5 different time zones during daylight savings. So I hope that makes you feel better, or at least a little better. I mean, I'm assuming that when you work across the time change, you still get paid for the total hours worked, not just because, like, no, that's not how this works. You don't work for an extra hour just because the clocks are changed. It's still an hour of time. Otherwise, like, burn down that institution. Not literally, this is not me advocating for actual arson. But also, no arson. No arson for us. To the yellow. To the yellow! Spring forward, fall back. Okay. You do, but it's still working a long day. Yeah, that's... I can understand why that would suck. Just, yeah. Just alternating my two colours around. You're a Queenslander and you're glad you don't have daylight savings. Yeah, congratulations. You are one of the sensible states. We stand in solidarity with Queensland. It does make interstate anything tricky, but thankfully in Western Australia, all the other states are super far away. Just really far away. Not our problem right now. Basically experiencing entirely different seasons from us, kind of far away. Puppy Mint Mocha, you are a little late today. Honestly, you're lucky that we're kind of online still, because we are wrapping things up real soon. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How did I end up with 10 stitches? You may well ask. We may never know. Alright folks, I'm just going to finish off this one little flame piece and then we'll probably call it for the day. So this is probably like 5-ish 10-minute warning. Yeah, it's been we've hit almost 5.5 hours. That's not bad. It's nowhere near the 8 hours we used to do, but we're older now. We're wiser. We understand the need for breaks. 6 single crochet and a decrease, and 5 single crochet and a decrease. Hello, love. You just basking, or do you got something to say?
Oh, I was going to tell you something terrible. It's going to upset you.
Oh, no.
There are back spikes.
No, I know there are.
Okay, cool. I thought you forgot about them for a minute.
No, I haven't made the tail either.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he faces forward in all photos, no one will ever know.
Wait, the tail, will it need brushing?
No. I'm sorry. But if you look through the Pokemon we have left, honey. I'll let you pick a fluffy one.
No.
We'll do Primeape. Primeape is fluffy. You think Jynx turned out pretty good? Oh, I appreciate that. I love the way these two look together. He's just so happy to show her the world, and she's just like so relieved to not be with Mr. Mime. Nighttime, and good night to everybody who's peeling off at this point. Just because, like I said, we're slowing down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Then we'll do 5 and a decrease. It is a love story for the ages. He's just got such like himbo golden retriever energy, and she likes that. It's good for both of them. We'll have to make little Grimer so they can have a little family. And ditto with knife, must never know. Never know. So yeah, we named Jynx Miss Muffet. And she'll be assembled for next week. And then I will do my best to finish off Firecracker as well. Got a lot of the base shapes established here, a lot of the trickier shapes. but it's just going to be a time thing. If he's not finished by next week, he'll be finished by the week after, though. We'll still get him done in the time between streams so that we keep things ticking over. Because I'd really love to finish Gen 1 by like July or August. I think we're tracking pretty well. We have, what, 47? After Magmar, we have 47 left. So if we keep getting 2 done per thing, that's 24 weeks. Said some of them are definitely like one per, unless we start doing longer streams. So something to keep in mind. It's just I'm thinking and I'm planning and I'm always plotting. I do think we have some easier ones still. Not many, but a few. And they are like, we could get 3 of those done in a stream if we needed to. Right, I will attach this a little bit better and a little bit more specifically, and I'll show it up here so you can actually see. But yeah, okay, cool. So we're missing 1 head flame, 1 arm, a tail, and 4 spikes because, of course, I will be stitching on his choker. I haven't forgotten about it. It's just it'll be stitched on so that it's not super like imposing. Once I finish Gen 1, will I continue on to Gen 2 or try to change something completely different? I fully intend, let me swap to the Pokédex screen here, I intend to make all Pokemon. That's not to say that I won't take a little break, potentially in between. I don't know if maybe we'll do some Don't Starve or something in between if we wanted to. We might even start a Pokemon run in between, just because it can be a bit more fun that way, if we do a little bit of gaming, a little bit of Pokemon. But no, we're absolutely moving into Gen 2. That is the plan, to knock out Gen 2 next. Because this graphic does... Oh, wait, what did I grab? What moved? Hold, please. Let's just stop that. Let's lock all those down. What I'm trying to grab here is the Pokédex, which is here. So yeah, if we scroll this, you'll see we have done a lot up to the end of Gen 4 now. The actual percentages are... I haven't added Magmar and Jynx into this yet. But, okay, they bring us up to 172 made, which is... I'm just going to add them in. Just bear with me for a second. I can't do that kind of math. I'm just off the top of my head. Where are you, Jinxie? There you are. Yes. You were done, and we did Magmar as well, and you are right there. Firecracker. Okay, cool. So we have made 172 Pokemon overall, which is 16.8% of all known Pokemon, at least until they release Pokemon Z to A. So I'm under a little bit of pressure to knock a few more out. We've done 69% of Gen 1, and we've done 25% of Gen 2 already. Like just through the course of playing that game, we've hit a lot of Gen 2 as well, because like Gen 2 starts with just after Mew and only goes down to where like Ho-Oh is. So like we've already filled out a lot of that grid. Yeah, so I think that's pretty cool. I think that we've already made a really solid start on those gens, so we'll be good to knock those out. And the gens have been getting smaller. Like 6 is only 72 Pokemon. Not that we've started that, but it is only 72. So, yeah, that's gonna be it for us for today. Thank you all for hanging out, and happy time zone to you all. And I hope you have a good rest of your weekend, whatever's there. And I will see you with an explanation as to why I've got a giant hamster squishmallow behind me on Thursday. All right, everybody, have a good night.